The views and events expressed here are totally whacked and are not necessarily the views of anyone.
Choose your destiny.
Dime qué tú quieres, papi. ¿Quieres que lo mueva para ti? Mueve, mueve. ¿Te gusta cuando me muevo así? Así.
Thank you, God, for this day we have lived, everything in our life, our health, our family, the guidance you have given us, allow us guidance to the path of righteousness. Amen.
Really, I'ma get that bitch. Revenge is a dish best served cold. She took my son, now my soul is cold. He took my daddy, now my soul is old. Yeah. Woke up.
Yeah, man.
That's hot shit right there, man.
So what we gonna do? We gonna dub?
King Chaka ENT. Y'all can check out the music on Spotify, Apple, and other services. Doing what we do 3 to 4 nights a week. King Chaka ENT.
I got this.
From the
She
back
starts
seat.
shooting.
That dude was like, ow.
What was that?
Outside the car,
That nigga
deputies'
got
body
popped.
cameras capturing the bullets flying through the air.
We got shots fired
couldn't
up
have been
here.
a straight
We need
shot. It had
backup
to be-
immediately. Start
Are you-
EMS. Start EMS.
What
We got
the
a
fuck?
civilian. We got a civilian hit.
The deputy.
Looks like we got us another hit.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whack and are not necessarily the views of anyone. Obsessed with fantasy. Obsessed with fantasy. What does that mean to you? That's the name of the show, Obsessed with Fantasy. So it's like the idea of not being able to distinguish the difference between a dream and a fantasy, you know, because dreaming is not necessarily a bad thing, you know. That's how people accomplish their goals, you know, when they say my dreams came true. But there's a difference between having a dream, like something you're aspiring for that's realistic, or you know, at least to the point where it's possible, and then you have the realm of fantasy where you fall in the illusions of grandeur, you know, you fall in the realm of, you know, temporary pleasure, you know, temporary satisfactions, you know. And in this world of consumerism that they have built for us, they selling you fantasies left and right, pretty much everywhere you turn, everywhere you look. They're preying on your fantasies, you know. So these things that could never happen, or these things that you could never have, or these things that you would never do, actually, you know, um, or like getting rich overnight type of deal. Like that doesn't happen really, you know. So that's a fantasy. So then they sell you this and they're like, oh, all you have to do is this little thing right here and you'll be rich tomorrow. And then how they get you is because you have accepted your fantasy. You have fallen for it. You've fallen in love with it. You're romanced by it. You're entranced by it, you know. And that's what they do to us. And we have as a society, I believe, we have an obsession with fantasies, and it's very unhealthy. We're obsessed with fantasies. We move from one to the to the other, to the other, to the other, to the other, and it just keeps us going. You know, it's those temporary thrills, those, just to talk about it in your mind. Like, it's like in that movie Life with Eddie Murphy and them. Uh, and they were talking about the boom boom room, and they were like, so in the boom boom room, it's gonna be like this, and it's gonna be like that, and it's gonna be like this. So they already knew that there's no way there's ever gonna be a boom boom room where these guys are running the club or whatever. But it's entertaining for the moment to fantasize about it, you know. Um, when you're in moments of distress, when you're in situations where you are confined and oppressed, and you know you don't have many options, you know, you fantasize, and that's that's just a way for you to get through. So in that situation, it's healthy for your mind, so it serves a purpose, to pass the time, to not dwell on the misery of the reality of your situation. Okay. So but then it's an escape, kind of like a drug, like drugs. You're trying to escape the reality, you're trying to escape the painful, mundane, moment to moment reality of your life. So you indulge yourself in this fantasy to get through the moment, and you want to stay within the fantasy as long as you want. It's like the X-Files, when they came out with the thing where they said, I want to believe. That was the name of it. I want to believe. So it's like whatever information that comes out, or that you becomes available to you, that supports your fantasy, then you're gonna indulge yourself in it. And the information that goes against it, you're gonna disregard. You're gonna pretend that it's not there, that you're not hearing that information, or that information is not real, or it could be wrong. You explain it away. The same reason why you explain the fantasy, you big up the fantasy like it's a real thing, so you're doing these things simultaneously. It's a total mind fuck. It's like, it's a bipolar, and that's what they got. That's what kind of society we have today. We have this mentally ill bipolar society that chases fantasies to get them through moment to moment to moment to moment, you know because and it's just like the movie Life. It's as a result of being in an oppressed state, being in like a prison. That's what the whole movie The Matrix was about. All the people were in a prison, but they wasn't aware of it, and the prison allowed them to indulge in all of their fantasies or all of their whatevers, you know and pretend that life is just good. But they were in a prison, you know, of their mind. I was watching. They were talking about the Truman Show, and It kind of compares to the Matrix, in like what's real and what's not, and about being in a prison where you don't know it's a prison, because that's how it was for the guy in the Truman Show. He was born in the show. No one ever told him, or he was never made aware that every step he took in life was all part of a set, and none of it was real. His best friend wasn't real, his mom wasn't real, his wife wasn't real. They were real people, but they weren't really his wife. They wasn't really his mom. They wasn't really his friend. They were all playing roles and getting fed lines, you know so that's what it is. So he was in a prison. He was locked up on a TV set, and at the end of the movie, he escapes. So that's really interesting. And all of the things and trials and tribulations he had to go through to escape this fake reality that he lived in is quite amazing, And in the movie, you don't get to see when he steps out into the real world, because it's like he's no longer a product of you, a product of the viewer, something for you to consume. His life is his private life and he gets to do what he wants. He's free. And that's when freedom is when the fantasies, are no longer present. When you can actually dream and you can actually make your dreams come true, you can create things, you can do and live the way you wish without constriction, without the suffering of related to things that you have no power over, like related to the system that you live in, like forcing you to live a lifestyle or forcing you to live in a way that's not conducive to you or to your, to your nature. Anyways, that's my idea of obsessed with fantasy. I probably will come back to that. I think I'm gonna just start covering random stuff until we can get someone in here. Am I sharing Twitter? What am I on? I'm on Insta. Okay. I'm on Insta. My bad, y'all. I don't ever know which screen y'all looking at because I can't see it. I need to get another computer so that I can see both screens at the same time. So, well, since we was playing her in the background, let's let her do her ad. I think it's her Organite ad that she does. I just like to hear her talk, ain't gonna lie.
Family, it's Goddess Ayana. Don't forget when you're doing your holiday shopping to grab you some Organite, grab your family and friends some Organite, because these pieces are not only beautiful pieces of artwork, crystal healing energy, they also are devices that absorb EMF radiation. Check this out.
Phone is not even on, but let's just see. It is charging. Let's see what happens when you place Organite around. What the fuck?
So you see, it's not pseudoscience. Go ahead and get you some Organite. I've got Unk Organite. I have small Organite, big Organite, whatever you need. I've got some for you. And of course, each of the crystals bring their own energy. So make sure you read the description when you get some. Make sure you get yours at godpeace.com today. Peace, family. It's Goddess Ayana.
God peace today. I ain't gonna lie, I need to start selling some damn products. That's how these influencers make money, because they don't make money off of the views and clicks that they get. I'm realizing that now. They put you on this treadmill to try to get you have to get a certain number of subscribers and you have to do a certain amount of watch time to get monetized on YouTube. And it's like this hurdle that's pretty damn difficult to get across. So then all of the people that's underneath there, they get to use our content and put ads on it and do all kinds of stuff. They're making money. They're producing. They're getting results. We get nothing. We just get to make the content for them. Tis what it is, y'all. Can I go to this? It won't let me go to that. That's kind of interesting. I don't want to talk about that. Can I go to this? No. What is going on? This is what happens when I don't have nobody in here, because I freaking lose it. All right. We got one popping up. Okay.
哎，你们能不能不要这么暴力啊？就说句话的时间就不行吗？
Yeah, so I'm gonna read the I'm gonna play it again. Man in China dragged out of home after allegedly being close. Hold on, can I start this over? He was close to someone that got infected. I think that's what it says. The man was identified as being a close contact of a person who tested positive for COVID-19. That's what it was. It says what it says. China has had unprecedented demonstrations over its strict zero COVID policy. And they're showing clips of it. The country has signaled it could soften its COVID restrictions. So it was all about a man being dragged out of his home for allegedly refusing to go to a quarantine facility. We don't know. A lot of times whenever they do these, I always like to hear it from someone over there to know exactly what was happening. But from just looking at the picture, you can see like these guys got on hazmat suits, and this guy clearly doesn't want to leave. So like that, you can see that. It says, this is the caption. It says, authorities in the Chinese southern city of Hangzhou have apologized after forcibly taking a man from his home as he allegedly refused to go to quarantine facility. Let me read some comments. It says, there's something wrong about their quarantine that he's refusing. Yeah, I mean, like, he really don't want to go. We don't know what the situation is, but we know he really doesn't want to go. Another comment, it says, but they are already in quarantine in their homes under the strict COVID lockdown rules. That's what I don't understand. So that's why I'm saying this is weird. This is weird. What, but they said it was because he was near someone who had contracted COVID. So I guess in those situations you can't be in quarantine no more, and they come and get you. Another comment, it says, oh, now CNN is reporting on this. It's only been going on for 3 years now. Another comment, it says there is no coronavirus. I think is another mortal virus they're trying to stop. What are you talking about? Another comment, it says how China's dictatorship is similar to Iran's. And there's some other ones it's similar to. Another comment, it says go communism. Okay. Another comment, it says, damn, and folks in the U.S. complaining about wearing a mask. I hate that y'all like to be like that. It's like, oh, look, it could be worse. It could be China. Come on, man. What kind of road are we going down? You want to justify something that's not cool by comparing it to another country and saying that at least it's not that country over there. You should be thankful. No, I'm not thankful. I don't want to be in a totalitarian state, no matter which country I'm in. That's a cop-out ass freaking comment to make, if you ask me. Let me see. Which one are they going to let me go to now? Because India is a big, huge part of my audience. I don't know why, but India watches my shows. Country India. Well, let me go to this. Millennials shut out of the housing market.
Is in jeopardy because she told her officers to stop acting as personal assistants for TSU President Dr. Lacia Crumpton-Young.
They're not there to be an errand person. They're not there to take her to the beauty shop. They're not there to take her to the grocery store. They're not there to do any of those things.
Is that what was happening?
Those things were occurring. There was even a complaint that was called to me about one of my officers holding up the president's ball dress and carrying her purse. And her husband is standing next there. It just looks very disrespectful. So I kind of brought that to their attention, like, we cannot do that.
Shortly after admonishing officers, Chief Young says an anonymous fraud complaint was filed against her, alleging she'd approved overtime pay for officers for hours they never worked.
I don't commit crimes.
So you think this is all retaliation?
Oh, I know it's retaliation. I know it's retaliation, Jonathan, and I'll be able to prove that.
She claims her job is in jeopardy because she told her officers to stop acting as personal assistants for TSU President Dr. Lacia Crumpton-Young.
They're not there to be an errand person. They're not there to take her to the beauty shop. They're not there to take her to the grocery store. They're not there to do any of those things.
Is that what was happening?
Those things were occurring. There was even a complaint that was called to me about one of my officers holding up the president's ball dress and carrying her purse. And her husband is standing next there. It just looked very disrespectful. So I kind of brought that to their attention. Like, we cannot do that.
Shortly after.
That's interesting and not surprising. And I believe her wholeheartedly. I believe what she's saying wholeheartedly without knowing anything about this story. Let me read the caption. It says, "What's going on at my alma mater?" This is J Mac from the Breakfast Club, the morning show, 97.9 posted this. Another comment, it says, "As she should have, hire an assistant for those tasks." Another comment, "Officer Mary don't play no games." Yeah, she obviously not going with the program, you know. That's the reason why I like to cover this kind of stuff, is because it's examples of the oligarchy, it's examples of the class system, it's examples of how, like, they just feel like everyone is just their assistant, like everyone else is just, like I was saying in the other show, furniture. They're just a part of the background. They're their coat hanger or whatever the hell. They're their freaking, their hairdresser. They're their waiter. They're their server. Everybody around them. And it's like that in our society, where you have this small group of people who feel like they're like the elites and above everyone else. They don't have to worry about crime. I mean, they don't have to get in trouble for breaking the law. They get to use police officers as their assistants. Like, hey, I'm the president of the university, bruh. Like, I'm an elite. I will fire everybody in your everybody I'll fire them if they work for me. Never get another job again. It's the power, it's the gall, it's the attitude, it's the freaking snootiness of these people. It's like, ugh. Let me read another comment. It says, "I know her when she was on Southwest. She's a very nice and respected." She talking about the president, or she talking about the lady, the head of the police stuff? Another one that says, "Stand for yourself. I applaud you. Mary Young does not play. The president is barking up the wrong tree." So Mary Young is her name. Chief is on point. Another comment, it says, "Damn, they're messing with Mary. How dare they? Shame on you, TSU." It's always freaking scandals and shit going on at TSU too. Like, so many times I heard of freaking different kinds of scandals happening at TSU. In the upper parts of TSU, not from like the faculty, it's usually like the president or the freaking, the big wigs of the university, always doing shady shit. Let me read another comment. It says, "My classmate, class of 85, she's always been legit. Mess with the wrong one. HC for life." Another comment, it says, "They not ready for Mary Young." Another comment, "That's my girl, Officer Mary. I approve her message." Yeah, I don't know the lady, but I would agree. I don't see no reason why she would be lying about what she said in this. It sounds straight legit to me. I would, without even looking it up, I would go with her on it. I'm sure what she's saying is true. So silly. What's up, Deuce?
Shit, nothing much. What's up with you, man?
Same old thing, man. How you feeling?
Shit, pretty good. Pretty good. Can't complain. Shoot, man. Boy, I got about another half hour, man. Be my OB day.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, December 3rd.
That's right.
Yeah, man. Yes, sir. Shit.
Well, happy
How was your
birthday.
day? Thank you.
I was chilling.
That's right. You
Pretty
was
much
off today, huh?
Yeah, I was off today. I mean, I did a little running around dealing with the little ones, but for the most part, I was chilling,
That's what's
editing
up.
and stuff.
Oh, that's what's up, though, bro. Shit. I feel there ain't nothing wrong with that, man.
Shit, man. Like I say, man, happy birthday. Early
Yes, sir.
December. That's
Yes,
that's
sir.
yeah. That's Sagittarius, right?
Yeah, yeah, Sagittarius, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, man. Oh, Sagittarius. Yes, sir. Yeah, man. Yeah, I feel that. Yeah. Right here, Tennessee Highway up, headed up to Oklahoma, up by Tulsa.
Oh yeah. So how long till you be home? You coming back to the house
Yeah, my scheduled off
after
days
this
going
trip?
until I don't know if it'll be after this trip or not. I'm not sure, but yeah, my scheduled off days are Monday, Tuesday, so they can actually tomorrow. Sunday is actually my Friday, so they may send us home Sunday. I'm not sure. Yeah, not sure. Yeah, yeah. This year kind of weirded out. You know, had to work Thanksgiving and then I actually worked Christmas too. So.
Oh, so you already know you're gonna be working on Christmas?
Oh yeah, yeah. Our schedule is planned out for the whole year.
Oh.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, well that's why you make the big bucks.
Yeah. 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 I thank God, man. I thank God, bro. Because with the price and the cost of everything, man, if I was, I don't know how well I would do, bro, if I was on a job where I didn't make a whole lot, even though I make good money. But right now, it just seems like everything is definitely accounted for, but that check be like, find me.
It's affecting everybody, man. It's the inflation, and it doesn't really matter where you are on the spectrum. You know, I noticed that my shopping habits are different at the grocery store. That's one of the
Yeah.
places that one of my things that I felt that I noticed that I changed without even like really thinking about it. You know, I thinking about it after the fact. I'm looking at it. I'm like, I don't really buy the same stuff that I used to buy just some months ago.
Yeah. Well, I think you start taking more inventory of things. I know for sure we did because there was a time that like we knew like certain things the kids wouldn't eat, but it would be like in a big bundle pack. So we would just buy that big bundle pack just to um so they could have their normal snacks or whatever. And like now, bro, we're like, you know what? They don't eat the rest of this shit. We ain't buying that. So it's like you take inventory now. So it's like you're buying what is needed. But bro, this shit is ridiculous. Like my wife has always done the grocery shopping, and she was like, she called me one day, pretty hysterical and just really frustrated. She was like, I went in the store and I got pantry items. I got a couple of the kids' snacks, and I'm like, okay. And
And it
she
was
was like,
like
I got,
$300.
yeah. She was like, I got. She's like, you won't believe, I only had 3 fucking packs of meat in the basket, and it was $320.
Telling you, man.
And she was like, I didn't even have the big fucking cart either. I had the little fucking, express style cart. I was like, holy shit. Oh my god, bro. She was so frustrated, dude. Like, yeah. Yeah, she was frustrated. She was like, when I get home, they fucking asses, they coming outside, they packing all this shit.
And when they and when they don't eat the food, that it hurts words too. We're all turning into that guy from Everybody Hates Chris. It's like that was 39 cents worth of bread. That, that was
Yeah.
$1.79 worth of milk.
Hell yeah.
You just wasted $4 worth of rice or some shit.
Hell yeah, shit, nigga. I ain't gonna lie. It's like when I'm at home, shit, it be leftovers. She be like, I guess shit, bullshit. This shit gonna get ate. I'm gonna eat this shit for lunch, for dinner, And if
And
I get hungry throughout the night, I go warm some more of that shit up again.
that's what I try to do too. I try to eat they leftovers because they just gonna throw that shit away. I'm like, God damn, and money just going right in the trash, as expensive as all the damn groceries are now.
Yep.
Shit, wishing for one of them food stamp cards right about now.
Man, who you telling? Who you telling?
No shame at all. I'll swipe the shit out of that thing.
Yeah. Hell yeah, be right in the line like shit, holding up a food stamp card.
Shit, I don't.
Road workers aren't the American.
Let me play this. Let me play this right quick. I got a couple little quick news stories I want to do to start off, and then I'm gonna get into it.
Without paid sick days, more than 20% of U.S. workers are in the same position. According to government data, more than 33 million civilian U.S. workers have no paid sick leave. A growing number of states, counties, and cities have been mandating the benefit in recent years, but the absence of a federal standard sets the U.S. apart from most industrialized nations.
I think there's an ongoing conversation in this country about how to make sure that workers in this sector and in every sector get the support that they need.
Traditionally, the GOP has said mandatory paid leave would be too hard on businesses that can't afford it. Railroad workers aren't
too hard on businesses that can't afford it. Then you shouldn't exist, man. And then it's like, that's what they said. We're like one of the few industrialized nations who don't have this. And like y'all mentioned in the other show, we were talking about the railroad workers not having sick leave days. And everybody that's on this show, we was all saying shit. We don't get them either. So, but that's what it is, though. You know, when we stand with the railroad workers on them getting their sick leave, then that's how it works for the rest of us getting it. You know what I mean? So them talking about that has now sparked the conversation of how many of the people who don't get any sick days at all.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it's a lot of people that don't, bro. Like, I definitely don't. I don't get it. The only thing that I truly get, like, well, I got PTO days. So, like, if I need, like, if I'm sick, I can actually, you know, put some PTO days in for pay, you know, but I think we only get like 5 of those, 6 of those, maybe 8. I don't know. I think it goes up the longer you're here. But so, like, I mean, that's something. But at the end of the day, it's still like your PTO days that you're having to use. You know, that's just like, you know, there was people that got sick during COVID, bro, that was just off of work. And then it's like,
they couldn't make no money. And that's what I'm saying. That's what I was about to say, is we just coming off of a pandemic. And at any time, this will be the perfect time to talk about that. You know, allowing people to go home and get well, you know, to have some time off to get well. A lot of people can't afford those days. The one day off a week, throw their check off enough for them to be fucked.
Yeah, exactly, bro. And that's like, you know, it's just, yeah, it's crazy, bro. And that's why I say, like, the world, you know, I know there was a little pushback last night, but, you know, in the conversation, but like, I truly believe that, bro. Like, this world can't survive. Like, we can't keep going. We can't be that far fucking gone in the capitalistic society where we forget about human life. You know, this whole classism deal, and, you know, this class of people are over this group of people, you know, this way of thinking, this whole ideology, bro, like, it's not right, bro. It's fucked up, you know. And the people that feel it the most are the normal everyday Joes. You know, the people that actually keep this country moving in a, you know, in the forward direction. You know, if it wasn't for us who went to work and paid taxes and shit, then, you know,
This
shit
whole thing will fall down, and it would happen overnight.
Yeah.
Overnight. I'm getting feedback, Pat, from yours.
Yeah, man. That shit is crazy, bro. And that's another thing too, you know, Another big business that a lot of people wouldn't think about, but would actually cripple the world's economy. Religion. You know, if they done away, like just say, man, you wouldn't believe
That's
how many billions of dollars
uh,
religion brings in.
that's the main thing I want to talk about today. I got a video I want to cover, and then I also it's on Instagram where they talk about the mega churches that we have in Texas. I want to cover that right quick, and the main thing I'm gonna cover today is gonna be about Christian nationalism. But let me read this right here. It says, threat of railway strike ignites national sick leave debate. President Biden on Friday morning signed a measure that will impose a labor agreement for rail workers that his administration brokered in September, averting a nationwide disruption of rail service ahead of the holiday season. Let me read some comments underneath the video. This first comment, it says, so many people happily saying, well, I don't get paid sick leave, so they shouldn't either. My brothers in Christ, you are literally highlighting how we're all treated like dogs. Realize you are also a victim and should fight for your rights too. That's a great comment. Another one, it says, the government should hold zero authority to force workers to accept any deal in exchange for labor. That's what we said yesterday. Another comment, in all honesty, what's stopping the railroad workers from striking anyway? What are they going to do? Arrest every single one of them? That's a good question. I didn't even think about that. So how does the government enforce this legislation that says they can't strike? Like that yeah, like it'd be like, yeah, how does that work? How do they enforce that? Let me read some more. It says, love how businesses say mandatory sick leave will break them, but then if you ask these same businesses how much they pay their top 3 execs and how big the board's quarterly bonuses are, you'll see that just why they can't afford something like this. Another comment, it says, don't believe that railroad companies can't afford sick days. Union Pacific and the rest of railroad has been posting record profits for shareholders all throughout the pandemic. They should be paying some of that back to the middle class workers.
Holy smokes. Damn, there's a vehicle overturned on 45. God damn, that sucker sitting on its roof.
I passed by one like that just the other day. Oh, it was actually Thanksgiving and it was raining. The traffic was bad.
Oh, bro, it was some bad wrecks. I had Thanksgiving Day. I had to leave Houston and come up to North Texas, or above Dallas up there, Denton area. Yeah, there were so many 18-wheeler and car wrecks out here on the roadway, bro. It was ridiculous.
Okay, so this one is a quick story here. Dems move to make South Carolina, not Iowa, first voting state. And it's supposed to be looking out for Black people to have more power in the elections. Let me play this.
First and more, some breaking news. Democrats have voted lead-off state in the presidential nominating calendar.
Queen City News chief political correspondent Emma With now to break this down. Emma, this information just came down just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, it's exciting. This is a huge win for South Carolina Democrats, not only economically, but it also gives the state a lot more power in the process of nominating their party's candidate. Now, this move still needs to get approved by the full DNC. That vote will probably happen early in next year. But the AP reports that it'll most likely be aligned with the committee's decision, which just came down. Now, even though the majority of the DNC is supportive of this decision to make South Carolina the first in the nation, Democratic leaders in New Hampshire, Iowa, and Nevada have pushed back. New Hampshire's Democratic Party even tweeted, quote, the DNC didn't give New Hampshire the first in the nation primary, and it's not theirs to take away, end quote. Now, New Hampshire still has their over 100-year-old law in place that enshrines their state as the first primary stop. So it'll be interesting to see how this all plays out. We'll get into the weeds of that coming up at 6. Bye.
Most likely it's not going to happen at all. So let me read this. It says, Dems move to make South Carolina, not Iowa, first voting state. Democrats have voted to remove Iowa as the leadoff state on the presidential nominating calendar and replace it with South Carolina starting in 2024. I don't see that happening, but it's not fair the way it's done with the order of the states, that the primaries, and then these little states who have very low populations have so much power on the outcome of especially the primaries, because certain candidates have already got a lead early in the thing that can't be overcome later on, because people jump on the bandwagon. People like to vote for the winner, so it's already looking like this person's going to win, so that's why they vote for them. That's what they tried to do for Hillary Clinton. Basically, that is what they did for Hillary Clinton. Both times that she ran in the primaries, so it heavily weighs. It's not fair.
Yep.
Let me read some more. It says, this is like the only thing Iowa has. Without this, they're basically Idaho. That's terrible. Let me read another comment. It says, during the 1860 president election, many politicians and voters in southern states viewed Abraham Lincoln's candidacy as a threat to the institution of slavery. When Lincoln won the election, some southern states, beginning with South Carolina, declared their independence from the Union and formed a separate government called the Confederacy. So, I mean, what, you're going to punish South Carolina because of that history? Is that what you're saying that for? Let me read another one. It says, what if the first voting state was all of them, and we put an end to this nonsense where half the country doesn't even get to vote on who they want in the primaries? Now, that's a good freaking deal. In other countries, they do it like that because we have this super long political process. It's way longer than like any other country, I want to say. I mean, hey, you guys quote me on that. Somebody check me on that. But our process is long as hell. I'll be following the UK politics. They should be over in like a week, a couple of weeks. It's like, I think it's like a month long and they're done. Freaking we go on for like 2 years and shit. You have the primaries and then you have the general election. And then the voting happens sporadically. Yeah. How come everybody can't vote on or around the same day, within the same couple of days or whatever? Put it all on the same week. Make it, and like a lot of people be saying, they should make like a voting holiday. They do that in other countries. You don't have to go to work. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to go to school. Today is voting day. So that allows people the time to go do it, and it becomes like a holiday, like a festive activity. And I think that'll also drive more participation, because another thing about us, we're like one of the countries that has the lowest participation in our whole thing, like 20-30. I wouldn't put it at 40%, probably like somewhere between 20 and 30% of us even vote at all. The rest of us don't even vote.
Yeah.
Let me read another comment. It says, as an Iowan, this makes me sad, but I think it's for the best. It's cool that I've gotten to meet all the candidates who pretend to care for 9 months, but Iowa doesn't really accurately represent the nation the way some other states do. And he's from Iowa. Let me read a couple more. It says, when all you have to offer the country is nothing at all, when you have nothing else to do but lose, when you're unhappy and you know it, try and change everything. What is he trying to say? It sounds like a nursery rhyme. Let me read another one. It says, must be nice to be the political party that can change anything to fit their needs. What next, I wonder? I don't think they changed anything, buddy. You're giving them way too much credit. Let me read another comment. It's an outsider. I worry that having the first primary in South Carolina is going to push the DNC rightwards. I think most Democratic voters want a left-wing party, more like Bernie and less like Clinton. Yeah, so this move at the end of the day, I'm sure is going to work against progressives, because if the Democrats agreed on it, then that's definitely what the plan is.
Yeah. Where'd old Pat go?
I don't know. He was in here a second ago. I put the link in the thing. It's there. Let me see a couple short ones before we go into it. Let me see. I done lost my spot now. And Biden signing the bill, whatever. Campaign workers shot. Yes, this one.
We are following breaking news out of Savannah. A man believed to be a campaign worker for Senator Raphael Warnock has been shot. Witnesses say he was going door to door campaigning for the senator ahead of next week's runoff election. Officials say they found the suspect, but it is not clear what led to the shooting. Senator Warnock says he is aware of this incident and he is praying for the victim and his family.
Well,
we are following.
Well, we don't know what really happened, but I can't help but to think how it may have had something to do with how heavy the tensions are with this runoff election between Herschel Walker and Warnock. And, because they had the early voting going on. The numbers are huge, too. It's like huge turnout. More than I would have thought for a special election because the midterms are over. And most of the political steam is out of the whole thing, but it's still conscientious because of the power balance that's happening in Congress. So the R's really want this seat bad. The R's really want it bad, and so. Anyways, maybe that's what's going on. This is an example of the political violence that's happening as a result of this polarized as political situation that we have here in the United States, and because they said the race is close too, it's neck and neck, and I don't see how it's so crazy how everybody is so brainwashed that they're just gonna vote for the D or the R. And the face and name next to it don't mean nothing. They're just worried about the balance in the Senate. Put whoever in there. Let me read some comments underneath the video. This one says, absolutely heartbreaking. Another one says, why does the newscaster sound gleeful? I miss the days when professionalism existed and the tone of voice of newscasters reflected concern and respect for human life. Man, I don't know, bro. That's too much, bro, to ask. These people be covering these news stories all day long, like that's their job. And your freaking critique is on what freaking tone their voice is while they're saying the story. Find something better to do. Let me read some more comments. It says, we're dying at an alarming rate. Politicians are not. Another comment. Father, I ask that you wrap your arms around our brother and his family tonight. Please talk to them and bring guidance into their lives with your word, Father. I ask that you please bring healing into their lives, healing from any injuries, healing from hurt and pain, healing from worry and anxiety, healing from anything else that may cause harm to their body or home. Father, I ask that you please provide for any assistance or needs that they may have, and I ask that you please bring blessings into their lives so that they may be blessed for others. In Jesus' name, I pray, amen. I was liking it all the way into the in Jesus' name part. What's up, Pat? How you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good, man. I guess now that I got my sound issue straightened out.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's what it was.
Yeah, man.
Damn Skippy.
Goose.
What's up, man?
And by the way,
What's
I
up?
don't do no damn Skippy. I do
Peter Pan.
I do Peter Pan.
Jif.
Damn it. Nah, Peter. Nah, I do the Peter Pan honey roasted.
I feel you. I ain't gonna lie to you. I kind of have a guilty pleasure of the goober strawberry preserved goober.
Oh, no, not the mixture.
Yeah, bro. It's just kind of one of those weird pleasures. But hey, Chuck. So I know you said that you liked the prayer up until in the name of Jesus. Well, I heard this guy. I don't know if he was like Hindu or whatever he is. You know, that really doesn't matter. But I listened to it was a short video, so it's probably like only a minute and a half maybe. And he says that the reason why we pray in the name of Jesus is because us as human beings, God, we could never be holy enough in God's eyes. You
That's
know,
bullshit.
so
I'm
we
glad you
have
said it,
to
Pat.
we have to, who are we to come in our name? You know, we have to go in Jesus'
Oh
name,
my
and God's
God.
son, who
Man, so
like
many people are brainwashed, bro. Like it's insane.
I can't help but to
Because
think about the devil, the Satan. Satan, when he said,
so,
I'll have them praying to me. I'll make them
yeah,
turn their back on you. I'll make them say
yes.
my name. You know what I'm
Hey,
saying? Why would God need a middleman? Why would God need a middleman? Why do we have to say his name? What about all the other people, all the other Buddhists or whatever, Muhammad or Buddha or whatever the hell? It's only Jesus, and then it's
Krishna.
like Jesus is God is a selfish God. All of this is confusion, man. And I feel like personally, once you say Jesus, it annulled it. Okay, because now you're
What is
taking the
what?
energy into something else. Jesus wasn't even the J wasn't even invented. So you want to say Yahshua, that might sound a little bit better, but it's all wrong. Who are we praying to if we have to put it in Jesus' name? Who is Jesus?
They've deterred you. So you mean to tell me that every human cannot have their direct connection to God?
yeah. Well, I mean, I'm just saying like and it's funny you mentioned that because I just ran across this short. I think it was either today or yesterday. It was on YouTube. I was on YouTube. My son sent me something and one of the little short videos, and I just so happened to look at it, and then I kind of went through the shorts and I came across that. So, you know,
What does Zeus? I mean, well, I guess I pretty much gave it to you. I said, Jesus in Latin, Spanish, or whatever you want to call it, is Hail Zeus. Hey
Jesus,
Zeus. I know, but
Jesus.
that's what it means. It's Hail Zeus. So
Oh,
every time you pray, that's who you're praying to, or in the name of Zeus. I
Yeah,
mean,
it's you have to use the King James version. You have to say in Jesus' name. You also have to be a Christian, or otherwise you're going to hell. And not only do you have to be a Christian, but you got to be the Christians that recognize Jesus as their personal savior. You got to meet all those conditions.
yeah.
That's 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 crazy talk.
blasphemy. To me that's blasphemy. That's what I call blasphemy.
Yeah, that's crazy talk. So I don't agree with that. I'm sorry. I know that we'll probably lose half the damn audience on that shit, but I don't agree with the in Jesus' name part. I don't believe God needs a
Me personally,
middleman. I don't believe that we was born in sin. I don't, we're born wicked. I don't believe that, we necessarily need to be saved. And the whole thing of drinking the blood and the flesh of Jesus, the more I think about that stuff sounds pretty crazy, man. That sounds pretty crazy right there.
well,
That
hold
doesn't
on.
sound like
Well,
nature.
no, but no. Let's just use a little common sense. If Jesus came and died for our sins, why are we still paying for it?
You know,
If all our sins have been paid for, bought and paid for with the death of Jesus Christ, why you know what I'm saying? Why is there any pain? Why is there you know why is there still punishment?
why is there still suffering?
Yeah.
So yeah. Anyways, that's a good segue into what I want to talk about today. This is the main part I want to talk about. So I'm going to play this in clips because it's 25 minutes, but I'm only play little bits at a time because it's heavy. So it says how a new Christian right is changing U.S. politics. BBC did this. The caption, it says, the new battle of faith is being driven by some pastors and politicians in the United States. Their central message is that the country's conservative Christian way of life is under threat, and American society is moving in the wrong direction. So it says, the BBC's Barbara Plett explores the impacts of this growing movement on U.S. politics. I think they did a really good job, too. That's the reason why I want to play this. To really understand it better, because this Christian nationalism, is driving the politics right now, big time.
Is it?
It is big time. And these people are saying that this was a Christian nation from its conception, always has been, and always, and that's what it should be. And that's kind of what Kanye West has been saying, because Kanye West is saying, we need to bring God back into, the politics. We need to, it needs to be together.
Well,
he said that the president needs to follow the Bible.
Well, I'll tell you what. I think that to a certain extent, because bringing God into it, that's one thing. But, for different people, I know that means different things. But this nation did not begin. Well, I guess the United States. No, not even the United States began with Christianity because of.
But that's what they're saying, and they really believe it, and that's what they're saying. It's so crazy.
The Quran, if they paid any attention, like they were swearing on a Quran. What was Trump upset about when Obama? He got sworn in on, was it Jefferson's Quran? But however, because that was how, what I'm saying. The people that they were deists. The forefathers, they were deists, and that that's not Christianity. That's people who are just known, versed in the scriptures, theology, what I'm saying, as a whole, not just the Bible. Islam was like, even when you go back into the Mayan histories, when you go into ancient histories, like Christianity only been around 1400 years. Like we're talking about Islam been around for thousands of years.
Let me play this, and we're gonna chop it up.
This country belongs to God Almighty.
A powerful minority is on the rise with a particular vision of America.
You cannot separate God from politics. You can't take him out of our government.
It's one of the oldest and most influential currents in U.S. politics. But in a country deeply divided, the Christian right has found a new voice.
We desire to live in a Judeo-Christian nation with Judeo-Christian values.
It claims Christianity is under attack and that God belongs in government, with pastors preaching its message in churches and its beliefs guiding ultra-conservative candidates in the midterm elections.
I'm a Christian and I say it proudly. We should be Christian nationalists.
The movement is known to many as Christian nationalism, and the far right is taking it to the extreme.
We are the Christian Taliban.
Some are warning that this is fundamentally undemocratic. It was amplified by Donald Trump.
We're going to protect Christianity, and I can say that. I don't have to be politically correct.
Powered by his election loss, it broke cover at the storming of the Capitol on January 6 last year.
You can't diminish what happened on January 6th from what's happening in some sanctuaries on Sunday morning.
Their crusade is starting from the ground up, and education is the front line.
Our school board meetings have police officers at the meetings to escort people out who get too out of control.
To understand this moment in U.S. politics, you have to understand this movement. I met people across the country who feel they're battling for the soul of America.
What do y'all think so far? They feel like they're
Well,
battling for the soul of America, and they feel like all United States should be Christian. Like, if you're not Christian, you have to tolerate it. It needs to be in the schools. It needs to be in the politics. We're a Christian nation, and that's it.
well, I understand that, there's certain people who are limited on knowledge because, they're somewhat new. That they're not. I'm trying not to be offensive, but overall, like, most of these people that scream Christianity don't even know what it really is or what it really means.
And I don't think they even care. It's just it's a facade. It's what you put on. It's a costume. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, this is what it is to be American, or this is what it is to be United States. It's to be Christian. It's to be classist. Representing a hierarchy. A lot of it based on money and skin tones. All of this is a part of being a United States citizen. Going to church, even though you don't do the stuff that they say in the book, never reading the book, never even knowing what the hell's in there, and you don't care. It's going along to get along. You know what I noticed, and it happens a lot? You have these people who come from other countries, and they want to appear, American, if you will. French people from even the European folks, they come over here and then they change the way they dress. They probably do stuff like go to church, because this is what you do here. You get what I'm saying? Like when in Rome.
Well, yeah, I think. Most places you go, you kind of, to, I guess, be what you consider to be safe. You kind of fit in with what everybody else is doing, and because
But wouldn't that be the same thing if you went to an Islam nation for vacation and visited? That, like, if, like, my wife's dream vacation would be to go to the Maldives. It would be best if you're walking around, even though you're vacation, to respect their values, their Muslim values.
You're gonna
keep the heat
respect
off of you.
you gotta respect their values, but are you gonna put on a whole Islamic garb with a hijab?
Yeah.
Are you gonna go to the mosque and pray?
Well, no, probably not all of that, but if that's something that I don't know that people do that. I've never been there, but I'm just saying, like, I've just always heard that, like, it's best if you're gonna go to an Islamic nation or Muslim nation, you should, whether you believe that's your beliefs or not, you should respect if that's what they desire. Because you're in a whole nother country.
Right. You have to respect the laws of the land of where you are. That is what it is. But even on that face, it still not works for here in the United States, because we're not a Christian nation. We've never been. We wasn't founded on Christianity, bro. Like, they never said that. That's nowhere in the Constitution or nothing. Like, there's nothing about that. It's actually totally the opposite.
We
The
can't be a
Puritans.
Christian nation if we killed in the name of God.
Well, no,
They
that's-
killed.
That's
I
not
don't
what
know.
I'm saying. I'm saying that even fundamentally, they were trying to get away from this when they did the project of the United States. They were they had a problem with church and state. They wanted to separate the church and state. They were getting away from England and the way that they did that. So, and these people were Protestants, which means that they were rebelling against the Catholic Church. They wanted to practice their religion and, what was fit for them. And that's what this was founded on. It wasn't founded on, there's nowhere in there that says that.
Well, I think where the misconception about that goes is that, like, the whole idea of what, supposedly Christianity stands for, or religion, is being able to govern yourself by laws. That's why the Bible has lists of commandments and this and that and the third. But being within a republic is meant for gods, or for high level, like men who can govern themselves. That's one of the reasons, like some countries don't have republics. They, like, some people were not, I guess, not meant to govern themselves. But either way, I mean, the separation of church and state was much different than what you were explaining, because a lot of people, the reasons why a lot of the Europeans wanted the separation from church and state was so that they can do what they're doing now. Like, they had a lot of perversions. I mean, we got to think about Rome and why it fell.
The Protestants that came over here were like, they had some oppression towards women. I ain't gonna lie, big time, but they were extremely conservative. Like, they weren't wild like the ones that were actual. Now you had the criminals that got sent over here.
That's, I mean, because we say, like, we got to think about this, because I mean, a lot of America was already in existence. We're talking about a segment of time period where they had some people that they sent over here.
That's what I'm saying. They sent a bunch of. That's what happened with Australia, and a lot of people. Australia doesn't ever want to talk about that, but that's how it started. They sent all the undesirables, and they did the same thing here in the States. They, all the undesirables, they sent them over here. So, but that's kind of beside the point. What I'm saying is,
putting it in perspective, though, is that this was like you kind of taking the ideology that everything began once those people came, as if this thing didn't exist already.
That's not what I'm saying. This is related to the politics, the mindset that these people have, and this Christian nationalism that's driving the politics. That's what we're talking about. Like, that's a whole nother subject where you're saying.
Well, because I mean, I'd say that a bunch of us who were the conservatives are still here, and by blood we are really conservative. But we fell for the okie doke. They gained a lot of control by being able to do that. But most of us are very much conservative by nature. They have used this whole idea, this separation of church and state is not to gain God. It was to get away from God. It was so that they wouldn't be punished by it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, we're talking about these people who are, they're actually a minority, these ones that scream in this Christian nationalism stuff, but they have a lot of power. They're very organized, and they're also very influential on others. So the people who are conservatives but don't necessarily line up with this ultra Christian nationalism idea can be, coerced to go along with them because they agree with some parts of it related to the conservatism. You get what I'm saying? And this is what's driving the politics. So that's what we're talking about.
Well, you're saying it's driving the politics, but for whatever reason, I feel that it's all right. Now, I think that it's probably somewhat mixed. What's actual conservatism and actual liberalism, and then there's people who's kind of stuck in the middle that will say, all right, you know what, this is really what we need. Those swings, they call swing states or whatever. Like, these are people who are just like, all right, this is what we need right now. Like, based on who's trying to run.
I don't think so. They just played that clip where the guy said, we are the Taliban. We are like the Christian Taliban. So they want it to be like Afghanistan, but Christian. Let me play some more of this.
Most Americans are naive, but I get it, what you're saying.
Tarrant County, known for conservative churches, wealthy white neighborhoods, and good schools. It's America's largest Republican urban community, and it helped elect Donald Trump. But in 2020, Joe Biden won here by a hair. This politically crucial corner of Texas has become a testing ground for how conservatives can maintain their grip. It's 6:30 in the morning. Like every parent, Lainey Hawes is rushing to get her children ready for the day. But in the past few months, she spent more and more of her time focused on schooling, fighting back against what she believes is growing conservative and Christian influence in the classroom.
When we first got here, everything was mild. School board meetings were boring. And then everything ramped up to this. And this is where we are now. And it's a fight, right? Our school board meetings have police officers at the meetings to escort people out who get too out of control.
School boards are ground zero of the culture wars taking place across the country. In Tarrant County, they're churning with disputes over what children are taught about sexuality, gender identity, the history of racism, and over what they should be allowed to read.
There's only two genders, and guess what? Teachers shouldn't be forced to use your freaking made-up fantasy pronouns. Fight like hell.
This evasive censorship is much more than politics. This is about lives. Queer youth are at a substantially higher rate for suicide compared to the national average for adolescents. Not having support from your home, your peers, and your school means adverse mental health effects and eventually suicide attempts.
Transforming low-profile elections into high-stakes political conflicts. And central to that is Christianity, but not through the pews.
Remember when America stood for things like honor, freedom, personal responsibility, and faith?
Enter a Texas cell phone company on a mission to protect conservative Christian values. Patriot Mobile spent nearly $500,000 supporting 11 candidates in 4 districts. All of them won.
We took over
11 seats on school boards, took over 4. Can we hear it?
It's part of a new playbook by Republicans to take over politics from the ground up, backed by political operatives like former Trump advisor Steve Bannon.
One of the keys is these school boards, right? The school boards are the key that picks the lock. Talk to us about what you did in Tarrant County.
Since then, those school boards have begun to put new restrictions on books and gender identity issues. The owner of Patriot Mobile, Glenn Story, recruited longtime political operator Lee Wamsgans to help mobilize the company's Christian message.
As a mother and of school-age kids, it's really quite concerning. We have never, in a time in these cities that we were dealing with, had Christianity so attacked.
Attacked? What do you mean?
Oh, look at some of the public comments in school boards and people calling Christianity a terrible, racist, bigoted thing. And the reason we started with school boards is because that is the level of government that is most impacting the future of our country. What we were seeing is the leftist indoctrination instead of education.
So you feel you have a responsibility to bring God back into the schools in some way?
No question.
That's what you're doing?
No question. We need to have a little bit more of faith in schools in the sense of we have to remove what I feel is ungodly stuff out of the school.
So they said Christianity is being attacked in the schools.
Well, it has been for a long time. If we're going, because I mean, if we're just just talking about this subject, I mean, it has, and that's no matter, there was never really any balance. Like since the '80s, like they constantly try to do different things that ripped up the original.
But Christianity's not supposed to be in the schools at all. At all. Because what about the other religions? All the other people that go to the school are not Christians. Everybody that go to the school is supposed to be a Christian. So what do you do with the Muslim kids? What do you do with the Buddhist kids?
But they're not. But they're not. But see, that's the thing. they're taking, the pretty much the soul of, righteousness, I would say, out of the schools. Like if kids, because I hear what you're saying, because I'm not really specific on any kind of religion, but when we're talking about taking, because I mean, if we're talking about the difference between God or godliness or shaitan, Satan, we've added more Satan into schools than and taken God out, and I
But
think that's more of the
but
point
that's
of
not
what
what they saying. They are saying Christianity specifically.
I know.
Christianity.
Well, see, but see, most people, that's how they look at their faith, because they think that Christianity is God. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, and I know you understand that. Like, you know that most of these people, that's how they look at what God is. It is Christianity, but you
They're
know that
wrong.
okay, yes, they are wrong, but at the same time, they're right.
They're wrong. Period.
No,
Because
no,
it's
because
it's
you gotta
it's it,
you got
it's putting Christianity above anybody else's religion. That's what it's doing.
well, okay. Now we
That's
can
alienating everyone else
okay.
or
I
forcing them to comply.
I hear what you're saying, but when it comes down to it, I mean, that's what the other side is trying to do too. But they have perverted a lot of that, and they're trying to teach children who don't even know their mathematics properly, you know, how to have sex, or how to, what to, what I'm saying, pretty much trying to make them an adult too soon. Like that's what the difference right there. So that's where they use the terminology Christianity, but they mean the fact that, look, my, like, because I mean, like if they didn't have any type of sect of religion, but they actually just use principle. Because I mean, to me, I like to just look at it as nature. You know what I'm saying? Giving people, kids a chance to understand nature.
But that's
You
not what
know,
they teaching them. They're teaching them
I,
Jesus. And at the
I
beginning of the public school system, they had to fight for that to be that way, and because that was the right way to do it, is to leave religion out of it and just teach the kids, their math and stuff. They don't, instead of forcing them to subscribe to a specific religion.
well, and I hear you. I mean, because I think that we're on the same path as long as that goes. But we know that children need something to, like, in order for them to really learn righteousness, there has to be a path of it.
But that needs to
There
be
has
done
to
at
be
home, not in the school.
but okay,
The,
but
the
that's
parents teach your child about their spirituality, not the school.
well, okay, but see, but you don't feel the same way about sex. You feel like the teachers should be doing that, right? That's something that everybody can't teach their children, right?
That's not spirituality.
But it
Sex
doesn't.
is a
But
physical thing that you do to make babies. Like that's
I
biology.
I understand, but a lot of conservatives feel like that's something that a parent should have the right to teach their children at the right time for that child.
So
But in
you don't want
school,
the child to know about biology. You don't want
but
them to
also,
know.
so you don't want your children to know about God.
I
I
want
mean, you have to really
my child to
balance it.
know God. I don't
You have
want
to
the
you
school
have
to
to
teach my.
balance it.
I don't want the school to teach my child about God. I want
I don't
the
want the
school to
school to
teach him
teach my
about
child.
biology.
I understand, and you could teach them about biology, but it doesn't have to be about sex. We learned about biology without sex, and then that was something that came further on. Because I mean, there was life sciences that, I mean, there was different things that taught in a different way in past times. They know how to do it because it's been done before, but they want to totally strip away core principles that children should learn at an early age, and teach them things that are outside of you know what a child should be doing anyway, unless I mean, I know, like I mean, like Balenciaga, they believe that youngsters should be, children should be learning about sex or preparing themselves because there's adults that's checking them out and ready to bring them into their form of life, like, and I don't know if they even have a barrier on age.
Well,
So I mean, there has to be a baseline for some of this stuff. Like we have to, have to find some middle ground so that if we're not teaching them about, because I mean, it sounds like your bigger problem is that the Christianity, which is okay, if we get away from any form of religion, well, regardless of what it is, we still have to be able to teach them core
But that's not what this is about. And let me play this next little clip because this kind of illustrates it, because they made that rule or law, and it happened here in Texas, where you can display, if the sign was donated and it said "In God We Trust," that they could put it up in the schools. So there's people protesting that by putting "In God We Trust" in Arabic. They got a big problem with that. It says the same thing. Let me play this.
Put what he feels into the school. Recently, Texas passed a law saying schools had to display posters of the national motto if they were donated. Patriot Mobile delivered hundreds.
Hello.
Lainey and other parents saw an opportunity to take a stand.
I'll grab this one. I'm gonna.
Shravan Krishna has 2 children in school. He asked students to design signs that would include them. These were the voices he felt were unheard: Arabic speakers, transgender, and gay kids. The school board initially rejected the signs. The issue has gone to court.
Schools shouldn't be a place where you have people competing with which card is the best card.
Right. But that's your part.
Yeah. So it should never be that. Keep your religion to yourself, your religious institutions, churches, temples, right, houses.
Or accept all gods.
Yeah, or make it a
Exactly.
place where
Exactly.
everything.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yes.
For Lainey,
comments.
I think that if they're gonna, because I mean, if you want God in the schools, it should be represented on every angle. But if you're not gonna do it, like there's none should be there available at all. But I mean, we got to think about that from every angle. We can't, saying, especially like we got to respect those people's, because each person has, let's just say their form of belief, and when you start trying to force whatever belief you might have on somebody's child, they come back home and then they're learning things that, okay, wait a minute, you mean tell me like my child can't learn about Christianity in school, but he can learn about these, men wanting to be women and women wanting to be men, or Muhammad instead of like, if you're gonna pick and choose what they can learn, but what and this is supposed to be a public school that's supposed to be for everybody. So there a lot of these people, I feel, are fighting against one thing with what they arm themselves with, and that's their God. You know what I'm saying?
And they're so dominating and like extra, because we have all of these, whatever that is. Please stop spraying that. They already have all of these Christian schools, bro. Like my nephew goes to a Baptist university,
but it's paid for.
And they have all of these Christian schools already, and they teach them theology. And no, it's not paid for. You have to pay for it.
Yeah, you have to pay for it.
Yeah, so, and that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But if you already have these Christian schools, but now you want the public schools to be Christian schools too. It's not enough that you already have Christian schools that you can put your kid in. Now you want all of the schools to be Christian schools.
My thing is these issues, as far as religion, as far as teaching children about sex, as far as teaching children about, the whole identification, whether you're male or
Pronoun,
female, but yeah, all of this,
pronouns.
I feel like
Say, bro,
all of
that's a
that shit should
religion
be
too.
left at home, bro. Like all of that
That
shit needs to be left in the hands of the parent.
we,
I'm not saying that the parent's gonna do the best job of educating, but
but
at the same time, leave that shit in the hands of the parents and stop putting it into these public schools and forcing these teachers like that's why, for one, that's why our education system here in the United States is so fucking far behind everybody else, because they worry about this kind of bullshit as opposed to
Yeah.
actually teaching these children the basic,
math, yeah,
the
math,
basic
science.
skills and
Look,
curriculum. It's like
that's
this shit is stupid, bro. It
that's my
shouldn't even
biggest
be a
problem.
fucking debate about religion or this or that. Like,
But
fuck it, bro.
but
Like,
but what I don't think y'all understand, they're making this political. So that
no, I
Yes,
get it. I get
the
it. But the
they
fact of the
this
matter that somebody keeps bringing it up is the reason why
mm-mm.
they're making it political. There's
Listen,
someone that's
and
pushing for this. You got what Trump said that sparked this whole talk. Then now they bringing about religion because they're forcing the whole homosexuality shit into school. So now that's really
which
bring,
is a
oh well, we need to
religion.
bring
but
God back into this, and
but
because
but
this is
but but
gone
that's
too
not
far.
really happening. That's what I'm saying.
Yes,
And
it is.
I've been saying that the longest. This is all political.
No, it's
They
not. It's actually happening.
this is not the cases of anything like this happening is probably 0.0%,
That's you.
1%
You don't know what's
of
really
the
happening.
schools.
You
This
don't
is
really know
not
what's
no
happening.
it's not no pandemic of schools teaching kids to be gay or whatever. This
No,
is
no,
not
no.
happening.
I get what
It's
I
no,
get
no,
what
no,
you're
no.
They're
saying,
It's
but
making
the
it
not.
up.
fact of
The
the matter
media
is
Listen.
they're
created
bringing
this.
these conversations about the
Wow.
fact that they're even talking about this stuff, bro. Is gonna it creates this rhetoric, and then everything turns political because everybody expects the government to step in
Yeah.
and put a stop to this. When we should just have, we should have government support and parental choice. If I don't know, bro. That's my whole
I,
thing. Like, I'm
I'm
not
like
saying. Go ahead.
in the public school. If especially when they're saying, all right, we're gonna do separation of church and state, and we got all types of kids going to school, this school. Why is it that somebody else's religion, no matter how, because let's just say, if, things that atheists believe in, things that Islam believes in, um, Buddhist, whatever, can be practiced, but then Christianity can't. So to make it fair, you don't teach any of those things. And I know most people don't look at LGBT as a religion, but that's what it has become because it's a belief system, and they're trying to, you know, most like indoctrinate and make everybody have to understand what it means for this group of people. Where that, if that's going to be taught, let it be taught outside of school. Let's have
I
let's
don't
have core
disagree.
let's have core things that we teach, because we still have a bunch of little boys, maybe a good bit of girls, but that it's like having trouble reading.
So
Like
that's
they don't have the core things that you're trying to learn, that they need to learn in school. They're not learning, but these other things are there that they are. And it's much easier to control, like when you're talking about some sexual stuff that sparks certain neurons in a person's mind, and sparks other things in their bodies. They're going to be way more attentive to those things because it gives them an automatic reaction. Adults don't know how to deal with a lot of that shit.
so again, I agree with you. All of the religions, keep it all out of it. Just teach them math, science,
Yeah,
biology,
but
history,
listen,
matter
they
of factly.
but listen, a lot of these, because I mean, I sympathize with these Christians, mainly because that's what that's the only defense that they have or know how to use to try to like push these other things to the side. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, if you're gonna try to push this on my child, then all right, you know what? I want to push what I would rather my child learn or be learning in school here. You know what I'm
No,
saying? With Christianity.
if you really have a super problem with what they're teaching your kids in public schools, then you take them out of the public school. You find a different school to put them in, a different public school.
Okay, see, but that's the thing, just because you're Christian doesn't mean you have money to be able to afford that. Like most people send their kids to public schools because they can't afford to pay for private school. And now you're being, a certain kind of way with people who, like now you're saying that your child doesn't belong to you. If your child comes to the public school, then guess what? Whatever we're going to teach them, you shut the hell up and teach them. No matter, even though we pretty much control what kind of money you make or, what you can afford and what you can't afford. You know what I'm saying? Like this is a whole power move that's, which, say, oh, we made it political. It was political to begin with. I mean, it took the courts to change the whole idea of, okay, you're living in the United States of America, and now you can't have the Pledge of Allegiance. What was that? Because I remember, I think this was like when I was in elementary school when a lot of this stuff began.
I don't have no love for the Pledge of Allegiance. Let me say that.
No. I know. This is history we talking about. How a lot of these things began. Kids not having to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, which is fine and which is right. But, at the same time, regardless of what religion you are, this is the country that gives you the freedom to have that, your own God. So,
well, that's not what's happening with them forcing Christianity into the school.
But that's not. But see, you're missing it because you don't care about what other things are being taught. You only care about the Christianity stuff. There's other people who care about those other things that's being taught that's unnecessary.
Well, go at it in that way. Don't go at it as trying to force all them to be Christians in the public ass school. Let me read some comments. It says, as an American, I really appreciate seeing this as something coming from an outside perspective. I think a lot of what I experienced living in the U.S. as a married lesbian is the fear, losing my rights, losing my marriage, that kind of thing. It was nice to see something that takes a step back from that. Another comment, it says, in world history, every time one religion was forced on a population, a lot of rebellion and bloodshed followed. You'd think by now we'd be better students of history. The answer is for governments and politicians to remain neutral and allow the public to choose their religion and choose not to be religious. Excellent piece, BBC. Another comment, it says, it honestly does scare me that the party of the Constitution tries to sweep under the carpet that the founding fathers called for a separation of church and state because that was guided politics back in the nation we tried to break off from. That's what I said. Another comment. The movement has been in the making since the 70s. I know because I was part of it then. As I learned and understood what the major plan was, I left the church completely. I now live in Greece where people are accepted for who they are. Let me play some more of the. Go ahead. You want to make a comment? And then I'm going to play some more.
Well, I'll just say, I think that there can be balance if, a lot of people don't want to give up what they have, like their wins, what they consider to be wins for them, because, if you think that, people that say that they've been, locked out and not a part of, society for so long, which is bullshit, because all my life I've known the gay people, like that's been, a little more popularized, but at the same time, I don't think, like elementary, middle school, maybe high school, children are getting, to the point where they can understand these things and who they are is already embedded in them, that when they learn more about these things, that it's not more indoctrinating than it is informative. You know what I'm saying? And that's the problem I have, because, you know, 10th grade, 9th, 10th grade, if you're starting to learn about those things, okay, you know, maybe. But at, you know,
I think you
second and
have to
third
start a
grade,
you have to start a lot younger than that. They actually need to start around the 4th or 5th grade. We're talking of having these talks, parents, you know, because
but
my wife is in the school system, bro, and there's kids at 4th grade level that are promiscuous. That whole value of what you're talking about, that shit is
but
dead.
but why? But
Because
see,
they
but
start
why is that?
this
Why is that?
because we live in a world that's what this world promotes. That's what this
Well,
society promotes. Every time a child turns on the TV, you can't even watch a
Sex.
family
well,
sitcom.
see,
You can't even watch a family sitcom anymore without there
yes,
being a one sex scene. You know
well,
what I'm
see, but that's
saying?
the that's another
And
part of the indoctrination, and see that shouldn't be happening either. You know what I'm saying?
well, I
Like,
mean,
you should be able to turn Disney on, and it's, you know, like there should be, you know, because I don't find really any stations, the channels that you can go
uh,
to that's
even back
free
in
of
the
that.
day with even back in the day with Disney, there may not have necessarily been any sex scenes, but there
It
was
was
scenes to
subliminal.
show you how yeah, subliminal. There was love, there was hugging, there was a kiss, you know, even with the whole Cinderella story and all of that type of stuff. So, you know, you have to, as
Well,
parents, your
I
voice
get
has
that.
to be louder. You know, you
Hmm.
have to you know you can't pull your kids totally away from what they're doing and what they're putting out on the TV screens. You know, you have to allow them to see these things, but
Well,
that's where you
but
correct because let me finish this. Let me say
I
this
do I do.
because we all argue about the whole homosexuality and transgender thing in the schools and stuff, but what we also fail to remember is that when your child is coming up, you know, when your son or your daughter is coming up, they do or may do some type of just with it's just a natural thing that most little kids do. They do something that's a homosexual act, and you have to correct that shit. You know what I'm saying? And so
I get it.
everybody wants to clam up about these things. Yes, I get it. You shouldn't, you know, maybe that's not the best thing to do to have
But
teachers teaching other people kids this type of thing. As parents, we have to step up and teach our
mhm.
kids, and we have to teach them, you know, it doesn't matter who this person is, who this person identify, they're still a human being. Respect them, you know what I'm
Ex-
saying, and move on and
and
keep it pushing. But you know, it's just I feel like they, like Chaka is saying, and like the same shit you're saying in a roundabout way, it's all political, and it all started with a fucking conversation at some school board meeting that these
mhm.
motherfuckers they listen, and now they're able to turn this to a political thing. What we need to be fighting for is parental free
Well,
choice. You
but
know, we
listen,
need to fight for the choice and the right to teach our children what we feel as though they need in life, to teach them how not to be naive in life. You know, like they're
no,
stripping us away of that shit, bro.
that's not what they teach. And see, I think a lot of parents, you know, are opting out of being parents, and you know, I think that's where, like, okay, you know, when, you know, the average person can't afford to send their children to the school that they would you know, would like, you know, certain things that they would love for them to learn. Like, we can't act like, you know, these are the children that they're using as goyim. You know
My
what,
thing
you know how
is, I don't care how much money
it
I got. I can be a fucking multi-billionaire. I would
Mm,
never send my child to a private school because the same thing that's happening in the public schools is happening 10 times worse in a
and, and,
private
and
school
and I think,
because they can
no,
cover it up with money, with deceit. You
and
know what I'm
that's
saying?
that.
They can cover that shit up. There's more kids fucking in private schools. There's more girls and boys being raped at
And
an
they're
all-time high in
separated from their
private school.
parents. Some of
You
those
know,
schools be like 6 months at a time. And Pat, I think you hit the nail on the head with these people wanting to opt out of being parents. And these are the same ones that's screaming at the damn school board meeting about what the teacher is teaching them in the class, because they're not taking the time with their child to teach them about this stuff. And so then they're worried that their kid's gonna come home knowing this stuff, and they haven't had they're too weak to have these conversations with their child themselves.
Well, I'm almost certain of that. But my thing is that, okay, if there is you know, a certain way to teach children, and especially when, you know, we know that the pipeline to prison is usually it starts with children that don't know how to read, that don't know how to comprehend. You know, that's usually like that's where that begins. Let's focus on those things that keep our children from doing that. But no, you know what? Let's not do that. Let's let them not, you know, let's not guide them on a path of growth. Let's guide them on a path of where we can use them for, you know, sex.
And this is not what's happening on a rampant way. The focus should be
Balenciaga proves to us
that's
that
not
there's
in the schools. We're talking about the schools. Freaking,
no, but
if you
but
want to
that's
fix
no,
it,
it's in politics.
if you want to,
It's
if you
in
want
the
to fix this,
TVs. It's everywhere.
yeah, but we're talking about the schools. So,
But
if you want to fix it, instead of focusing on this stuff that we're focusing on, we need to focus on the funding. The teachers are overworked. They stressed out. They got 26 kids they have to watch. They don't have the funding. They don't have no budget. The damn fucking infrastructures aren't there. You know what I'm saying? The school departments are getting bled, and the money is getting pumped into these Christian schools instead. And then they're saying that the public school is shit. Yes, it's shit. Yes, the students aren't getting the attention that they need. Yes, the students aren't learning what they should be learning. But that's what we need to be focusing on, not focusing on getting Christianity in the school. Is like that's what's gonna fix all the damn problems. You're still gonna have a bunch of dumbass kids who Christian.
listen, what it sounds like to me is that there's a bunch of parents that are upset that people who have certain values is winning it to some degree, to any degree, because if they are using what they know, they understand. Like, I mean, there's a bunch of people that was totally upset about, you know, the whole, you know, what you call it, the abortion thing. But these people, like, they believe in something, they work on that, and they focus on that. Where when everything is on the table and you just kind of let everything go haywire, yes, you lose. So that means that, okay, we need to be maybe more conservative. All these other things, at least to some extent, doesn't mean that you can't be gay and conservative. But
you're saying conservative. These people are specifically saying Christian. That is the point.
But you also leave, because I believe the conservative has a lot to do with it as well. But maybe being conservative leads you to being what, you know, like you learning principles within Christianity, whether, you know, it's right or wrong or whatever. You're learning principles.
You can learn conservatism
when you don't
live
through
Islam.
I know that. Believe me, I know that. I've learned through all of those religions. I'm the one that's been saying that. I mean, there's not much difference between the two, except that there's a narrative in Christianity that I don't agree with.
So, but these people are pushing let me play some more of this.
And Shravan, the signs may have been a political stunt, but they see something much more sinister at work.
We see the Republican Party who has decided one of their goals is to bring God into schools. And that is the plan long term, is to bring God also into the government. So to me, it's anti-American to try and bring Christian ideology into our schools or into our government. Our country is based on allowing people to make that choice for themselves.
I raised the sign controversy with Patriot Mobile.
it's created a great uproar because folks just hate the concept of "In God We Trust." And so, and my response is, look, it's the national motto. We're not doing anything other. And if you don't like it, take every bill out of your pocket and throw it away, because it says it on every bill, every coin.
You don't think it was an issue of who's God?
No.
And whose God do we trust?
No.
Because the alternatives brought forward were in Arabic and in,
I'm
LGBT
sure
colors.
that it was more political than just the word God.
Right.
All right, you guys ready?
For all parents here, this boils down to the future of their children and who gets to shape what that will become. The concerns I found in Texas echo resoundingly through the conservative Christian establishment, this fear of a cultural takeover by what they label the radical left. The Southern Baptist Theological Seminary in Louisville, Kentucky, is one of the largest in the world, training leaders who are shaping the future of the evangelical church.
Have you and other Christian leaders taken on a more overtly political role?
Well, inevitably, because, Christian preachers didn't have to preach about LGBTQ issues in any sense as we do now, because those weren't issues in the culture. No one was talking about them.
For Mohler, this shift has been a fundamental change for both the country and the church.
I think for conservative Christians, there has been a dawning awareness of the fact that whereas the society basically agreed with us on almost every important issue, I mean, the overlap, if you take a Venn diagram, was so overwhelming that outsiders would call the United States a Christian nation. So something's clearly changed, and conservative Christians in this country are now in a paradox or a predicament. I think that's why you see such a, it'd be called by those who don't like it, the rise of the new Christian right, or the awakening of the Christian vote in the United States. Well, there's a reason for that.
The rise of the new Christian right is called Christian nationalism.
Because, the biggest problem I think I have with a lot of this is because, it's disguised, we're arguing over the Christian part, but it's more so because most of these people are Christians, or at least that's how they identify religiously. But it's the difference between the conservatives and the liberals. That's really where the fight is, because it's people who believe that, okay, we don't have to look at the Bible, the way, this certain way. And there's other ones say, no, we most definitely need to look at the Bible this way. Or Christianity, you know what I'm saying? Because, I know just as well as I do, we use the Bible in Islam as well. So,
So if the fight is between conservative and liberals, then what's the point in putting the Christian part on there?
Because, like I said, that's where the whole protection, that's how they've armed themselves, because they feel that their God is or the God that they are claiming is what protects them in life. That's when people, this is a psychological thing. All of it is psychological. You know what I'm saying? If you're using, if you know what I'm saying, if somebody starts intruding on you, and your whatever thing that you use to protect yourself, that you are, without pulling a gun.
Exactly. The Ku Klux Klans were Christians, and it's another part of this. They're going to explain it in this video. Because when they say Christian nationalism, they're also saying white Christian nationalism, the true Americans, the true United States citizens.
Yeah, well, come on. We know that we're talking about, because when you start saying all that, now you're trying to piss me off, because we know that all that shit is bullshit. And, I'm going to go somewhere else on these people. But what I'm trying to say is, because I don't 100% agree, but I know that there's a line that's being crossed on both sides. And it seems as though that the people who, are trying to protect some form of sanctity for their children, at least to a certain age, because we know that, all of us know that, okay, you're not gonna have them watching TV, you're gonna have them doing, these kids are gonna learn some of these things, but at least let the parent be in a position to correct you know, to be able to say certain things. But in school, you don't know what they told your child. And it shouldn't be, you know, there shouldn't be certain topics that they can talk about and concentrate on that the parent does not know or understand. So, you know, if we can't stick to some core things that everybody can believe, you know, trust in, or we can all together agree and work with each other on, regardless of what your belief is, like somebody's always going to be pissed off.
And that's the reason why you shouldn't have no religion in there at all. So then, and then the other part of the Christian national.
But that also means, you know, because it's, I mean, believe it or not, LGBT is a religion.
Okay, so no religion in the school.
Oh, none. Okay, all right.
That's what I'm saying. None.
Okay.
So and then the other part of this Christian nationalism is, like I say, white Christian nationalism. So there's a racial component to this. Okay. And it's also related with them going into the school boards is not wanting to proper history to be taught. So, you know, they're using this cover of the LGBTQ thing to slide in there and take out books that teach the kids about what actually happened in history.
Well, that's, I mean, I think that's a problem too, because I mean, I think if we learn real history, I mean, it wouldn't be just white people that's got things to be ashamed of, or things that, you know, we need to correct, you know, on a mental level. But, you know, like, and that's the whole thing. Like, as far as us as Americans, regardless of our shade, you know, we're all been lying to each other and ourselves about almost everything. You know, certain people believe things that has never ever happened in life, but they believe it.
Yeah, let me play this.
There's a reason for that.
The Christian right is called Christian nationalism by some. The belief that America was founded as a Christian nation and that the government should keep it that way, blurring the line between church and state.
So Christian nationalism is a new term for a very old phenomenon. So it privileges a religious identity with citizenship in its most virulent form. It turns out to also have an ethnic or racial component to it. In the U.S., that component has been around European descent or whiteness, really, as it has developed in the country. So when I talk about Christian nationalism in the U.S., I usually talk about white Christian nationalism.
Donald Trump was seen as defending their cause when he entered the White House.
We're going to protect Christianity. And I can say that. I don't have to be politically correct or...
And it was the storming of the Capitol that showed just how much religious and political identities had begun to merge on the right, bonded by a belief that the election had been stolen.
Jesus Christ, we invoke your name. Amen. Amen.
Many reject the Christian nationalist label as a leftist smear. But a few right-wing politicians are embracing its holy rhetoric.
We need to be the party of nationalism, and I'm a Christian and I say it proudly. We should be Christian nationalists.
The church is supposed to direct government, not the opposite way. The church is supposed to influence government, and we need to be so involved in what is going on in our government.
Online, extremists have taken it even further.
We are the Christian Taliban. This is the era of Christian nationalism.
What's different now is that the country is no longer majority white and Christian. As recently as 2008, when Barack Obama was first running for president, our first African-American president, the country was actually 54% white and Christian, so comfortably majority white and Christian. That number today is 44%. And I think that threat, right, of white Christians no longer knowing they're in control, demographically, culturally, politically, is why we're seeing it kind of come to the fore in the current context.
Prominent voices in the Black church are also sounding the alarm about the racial implications of the movement and warned that the spirit of the January 6th attack was not contained in the Capitol.
You can't diminish what happened on January 6th from what's happening in some sanctuaries on Sunday morning. You can't separate this passion to overthrow the nation's capital with violence on January 6th from the rhetoric that you hear on Christian radio. You can't separate this desire to pull down elected officials and maybe even call for their murder versus what we hear, frankly, from people all across the nation, even elected officials, who are praying for the death of the president.
Praying for the death of the president in a political way, for political reasons.
But you know what? I think that a lot of this could be solved because, like, when we used to be taught civics and we understood more about law, and then that we could point out the reasons why people having their freedoms. Because see, the main things is that they're trying to steal our freedoms. Like there's a lot of things that they're trying to, you know, erase from what history, you know, what we know America as, and change it into something else. So they don't want to teach us the Constitution and where, you know, everybody's rights matter, because they don't want you to, they don't, like, if they start indoctrinating that into you, you create what we've had in the past, people who are willing to fight for their own freedoms. But they want us to move into a system where, you know, we accept the fact that, oh yeah, you got to take, you know, rights from us in order for us to be able to live in harmony together, which is on, I think that will only create, because I mean, I think having the differences between people is what keeps us healthy. You know what I'm saying? To some extent. Now we can have everybody around, like we end up with a boring world when everybody, you know, wears the same thing, does the same thing every day, day in, day out, whatever. Life becomes very boring. And then, you know, you got somebody who's, you know, physiology pushes them to do something outside of what the norm is, and we got some crazy shit that happens, whatever, blah blah blah.
And we got crazy shit happening all over the place right now. So it's like the Christian nationalism, they feel like the left is the devil. They're against God. The liberals against God. Biden against God. So it justifies them when they go and want to kill somebody.
Well, you can say, I mean, I guess, you know, we could say that to some extent. I mean, that's probably what a lot of them would think or believe. And I mean, I might have to join myself into that group. But, you know, I know many liberals. I don't think that that's everybody. But yeah, there are a lot of people, especially, I think it's people in power that start to use that very power to manipulate people on every level. And you know, as they say, like ultimate ultimate power
ultimately always corrupts, something like that. Yeah. So
yeah.
But what I'm saying is,
and the nationalism thing has been perverted as well, because
that's what it is. It's an extreme perversion, and it's a delusion also, because they keep saying it's a Christian nation. Like, that's on its face is wrong, and then thinking that if they're not Christian, they're worshiping the devil. Boom, wrong. If they're not a Christian nationalism, then I mean, if they're a liberal, if they voted for Biden, then they worship the devil. Wrong.
No, that's I
It's
know.
a holy war.
But it also says that, you know, you're voting for somebody who we know believes in this thing. Like, so it does have some connotation to it, because when we're voting for politicians, and we you know, they tell us what they believe in and what they're fighting for, and you choose one over the other, that you're identifying more with, this is what I want to see, than what this other person is talking about.
Yeah, but they're making it God and the devil, or Christianity versus everything.
Well, I mean, we know that overall that is more, because I mean, you know, we say it all the time. We're choosing the lesser of two evils. So if we're talking about two Satans, we're talking about somebody who's gonna do more, you know, do more damage than the other. So you know, which is something that we got to find a way to get out of as well, because that's insane. You know what I'm saying? For us to be able to say with a straight face, "Oh no, I'm just gonna, you know, vote for the lesser of the two evils." Well, I know, yeah, of course they're both evil, but I'm gonna vote for one of them. Like that is so insane that, you know what I'm saying? Like people, like and like people don't even think about it. Like it's so it's so common that it sounds right to them.
It's crazy. Let me play him on.
Many pastors were at the Capitol that day.
Oh, there he is.
I traveled to Tennessee, deep in the Bible Belt, where one of them continues to preach.
So Pastor Ken has asked me to meet him here on this overpass to watch him waving flags. Seems a bit of a patriotic stunt. I think he does it a lot. Hello, Pastor Ken.
Hey.
And Malcolm X was a nationalist, just so y'all know.
Good, thank you. God bless you. Thank you very much.
And God bless America, and God bless Donald Trump. Ken Peters has denounced the violence of the Capitol riot, but still defends what he sees as a patriotic mission.
Come on. We do feel like God has a special plan for this country, and he still has a plan for this country.
And on January 6th, you felt that was under threat.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. We felt like the enemy, meaning leftists who don't like Christians, had stolen our nation.
Peters Patriot Church is one of a growing number of non-denominational startup congregations that say they want to take back the country for God. I was a little unsure of what to expect. As someone who grew up in the church, what I heard here was not the gospel I knew. Political activism as an act of worship.
The LGBTQ and the left is saying, oh, you're a church, separation of church and state. Get in the stands. You can't fight the fight. You can't play in the game. Church, preachers, you stand up in the stands, separation of church.
An aggressive response to a sense of being under siege.
Christians are going to have to get feisty. They're going to have to get in the fight a little bit and quit sticking their head in the sand and being completely pacifist when it comes to politics.
For him, that means a crusade against abortion.
Hey, if God can overturn Roe v. Wade, he can do anything. Amen?
And ending same-sex marriage.
Yeah, I want to exclude certain types of relationships, sexual relationships, from the term marriage. It's special to us. It's in the Bible. It's something we really care about.
And you want a government that would impose that?
I want a government that keeps marriage what it's always been.
What he preaches from the pulpit is meant to be taken to the polls.
We endorse Monty Fritz. We endorse him.
And his message seems to be resonating. Patriot churches have expanded to several locations. Peters says they're attracting followers from more liberal states.
To me, this isn't anything new. It's just how I even grew up, God, family, country. That there's nothing wrong with that. And some try to, shame us for loving our country. I mean, this is where God placed us.
We wanted to come and find a place that wasn't afraid to take a stand, that wasn't afraid to speak out if there were issues that they thought needed to be spoken about.
We are definitely a Christian nation and should be a Christian nation. So to try to separate politics from the church is asinine. It cannot be done. And if you're doing it, if you are doing that, you're probably doing something wrong.
She's right though, because we are the church. Like, I mean, the temple, you know what I'm saying? When we look at it from that, like the right way, it's kind of hard to do. But at the same time, if you understand the rights of every person, not just yourself, like you're crossing the line, if you're stepping on somebody else's toes, if you try to force what you believe over what somebody else believes and being angry with them because they believe differently. So that's why we gotta work to have more balance of what we do in public. The public, not domain. Like there is a separation of public and private.
But she specifically said Christian, and she said if you are separating Christianity from politics, you insane.
Well, but all right, I guess, I mean, you're picking on that, but like whatever your religion is, because I think that most people, if you are focusing on God, whatever your God is, we don't end up in places that we're in a lot of our political places.
But I'm not picking on it. This is what they're using. The Christian nationalism
I
is
know,
is driving
but
this whole thing.
but if they
All
were
of it.
if they were Islamic, they would be saying Muhammad, or would they'll be saying Allah or whatever. Like, I mean,
Exactly. We gonna
okay,
look like Afghanistan, but in the
oh,
Christian version.
I hear what you're saying, but the whole thing is, like, you know, there has to be laws. The universe has laws. So, like, how do we not live by
How
laws?
many draconian laws they gonna pull out of the Bible if they intertwine the Bible
No,
with the law?
no.
They're
Well,
gonna be
see,
stoning women in the street.
yeah, but I think that's
They
when
do that in
when we're looking.
Afghanistan.
Okay, but when we're looking at when we're looking, because I mean, as far as Christian, like, I don't believe, like, I mean, because I hear what they're saying, and I get what they're saying because of, I just understand the angle. She's not right, but like, the whole idea, like, anybody, whoever it is that is, because I mean, you think there's people that's conservative Islam, most is Muslims are conservative. Most are, unless that like, you've gotten away from, you know,
But this
the
is extreme stuff. This is extreme. You want the whole country to be like, even in Afghanistan, as an example, with the Taliban, there's plenty of Muslims over there. They worship the same religion that the Taliban worship, but they do not agree with that shit that the Taliban is doing at all because it's super extreme.
I get it. I am here with you, and because I know you and maybe others are looking at, like, oh, I'm defending these people, but no, like, this is all right. We're having a specific conversation. So them identifying Christianity is the same, or they were saying Jesus. We know that they mean the Christianity, or this is what they, and these are the people who are actually speaking up. I mean, there's a lot of people that are citizens that have different faiths, but they don't have the numbers to speak up and to do what these people are doing. You know what I'm saying? That's the main difference. It's not that other people don't somewhat believe what they're thinking. It's just that, okay, these are a group of Christians where there's people who are of the Judaism faith, of the Islamic faith. I mean, there's people of all different faiths here, but their numbers may not be as big as these people. And they actually have stepped out and done things to try to protect what these things as they knew it, as a safe place for them. So that's the line that I'm trying to walk, because this is the conversation we're having. So is it right? No, I'm not saying that it's right that they're trying to make it about Christianity, but I think that that's not the bigger picture. I think it's the certain values that people are using and following, and where they actually come from.
Yeah. Let me read some comments. It
Because
said,
well, let me just say one last thing, because most of these parents that they're not on, because these what we're saying are extremists. They're not the only Christians that's in the building. Like, 'cause there's a lot of parents that's at those meetings, these school board meetings, that identify as Christian as well. You know what I'm saying? But because of their political views, have allowed them to see certain things outside, or they allow other people to be who they are and what they are. And that's why I think that it's important that we understand, like, as a country, the laws of the country. If we're going to separate church and state, like not have the guidelines of God, the principles or something, like we need to have some form of principles that's going to be taught throughout our something that's more universal for everybody,
We
would be
have
our
the Constitution.
Exactly.
Let me read some more comments. It says, I'm deeply troubled how religion is still in most politics in some countries. This is not the Middle Ages where society was based on religion. We need to keep religion separate from politics because some religious politicians deliberately misinterpret the said religion's holy book to suit their agenda.
Yes.
Another comment, it says, religion is a way of making friends for big people, but used as a political or fighting tool for small people. Another comment, it says, the interviewer is really good at asking questions that allow the respondents to say what's actually on their minds. This is quality journalism. Yeah, I think this was well done. That's why I wanted to spend so much time.
It's a great conversation, I think. I mean, this is something that needs to be heard and said, like it needs to happen, but we're solution based, right?
Yeah.
At least we try to be. You know what I'm saying? We might not have all the answers.
The solution is take the hell of religion out of the goddamn school. Shit.
But you gotta,
no matter which one it is.
But you got to replace it with something. You can't just be lawless.
It's not lawless. You already got stuff, and we're talking about at home. You teach your child at home about their spirituality. We already got the Constitution. We don't need this. Let me read some more comments. It says,
but they're not teaching none of that at school no more. The curriculum has they've raped that from the curriculum.
Let me read some more comments. It says,
ignore that part.
Because we're beating a dead horse. That's why I'm gonna move on in a second. Because that's not true. What you're saying.
Very much. It's very true. What classes are they teaching anything about Constitution? Hardly ever comes up. They can't even say like the pledging their allegiance or like all these things have been taken out. So I mean, you're saying take church out, but you're saying take out our everyday life, the rules, the laws that govern us. We shouldn't know. You know what I'm saying? Like
we should be able to know those laws without Christianity being in the school.
All right, I hear your argument, but the main reason why these people are pissed off is because you pick one thing to pick on them about and not come up and try to have a solution, a solution base for them, so that because I mean, just get rid of Christianity and I'm cool. But then when there's no, everybody else's kid is, lawless, shooting, killing, and doing all these other things because they don't have a basis, core principles, then
the solution is the money in the schools that they've been bleeding out the schools. Hire more teachers, pay the teachers better, give them all the tools they need. Let the kids read whatever damn books that they want to damn read. That's it.
Wow.
That's it. Let me read some more comments. It says, America was founded for the exact reason of freedom of religion and beliefs. Making America a Christian nation in politics is directly contradicting the fundamentals of why people say this is the land of the free. As a New Yorker, you can have 50 different nationalities living in one single block, and that is the essence of what America is meant to be. A melting pot of nationalities and ideologies, and the freedom to not persecute for you reasonable beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
Another comment, it says, the situation here in the United States is actually as dire as this sounds. I decided not to have children back in the George Bush political era, and I'm so glad I did. I almost loosened up on that during Obama's presidency. I thought perhaps I had overreacted and the situation wasn't as bad as it seemed. It turns out the situation is worse than I thought, and I cannot, in God's conscience, force my child to be born in the United States right now. That's heavy. I think a lot of people are thinking like that too.
That's a little bit extreme too. You want kids, you have kids. I
Yeah,
mean, there's
live your life. I agree with you on that. Let me read some more comments. But it's interesting that she feels that way, and I bet you it's a lot of people that agrees.
but see, but that's the thing. Like people, like a lot of like this person, like they don't realize they're extreme too, and they're not, like, compromising as like none of them are really being compromised, and that's why it continues to be an ongoing battle. Like we got to understand that other people do have beliefs, and you're not going to change them overnight, but there are going to be things that we can come to the middle and agree on that your child and my child both need, regardless of what type of religion you want to teach them at home on Sundays or Fridays or Saturday, what I'm saying, whatever your religion is, what I'm saying. So that's the part that I think that needs to be focused on, because I am totally trying to be more solution based. Yeah, we can harp on what these people aren't, but can we maybe start to focus on what it could be?
Right. Yeah. Let me read some more comments. It says, my culture has its flaws, but I always find it weird how people will import foreign beliefs and laws, even harmful ones, and push it on other people. At the same time, they will also cherry pick what belief suits them. A couple more comments. Was an excellent report. The journalist was natural and let the interview speak. Another one, it says, when fascism comes to America, it will be wrapped in the flag and carrying a cross. Another comment, it says, religion should be a personal journey about self-reflection, about doing good, being empathetic and compassionate towards others, being a decent human being. When people mix religion with politics, it becomes something else completely.
Yeah. I mean, but a bunch of adults are not ready to be that responsible. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people use religion as a crutch. You know what I'm saying? Which like these what we call them white nationalists have done. So, you know what I'm saying? Because like by no means do I agree with, everything they're doing. But, if we can get people to become more mature on how they handle their spirituality, if they follow religion, if that's what they want to do. But there's, like I said, I mean, there's other ways to resolve these things.
And this is really important, I think. That's why I'm spending so much time on it.
Yes.
And because it's driving so much of what's going on. The kid who went to the other state and he got in trouble with the gun, he shot 2 people or whatever. He didn't even go to jail. He's tweeting and shit. I saw his tweet just the other day. I'm willing to bet he would align with the Christian nationalism.
Well,
look, and you can go down the list of these guys who have done, these horrific ass acts of violence, and I'm willing to bet 9 out of 10 of them would identify as Christian.
But listen, politically, these people obviously are losing to some extent because they only get their wins in secret, and then it's become like that's the thing, because if they really were like the majority, like some people want to believe, then they would have the people in office that would agree, everything that what they want would happen. So it's not happening, so that means that what their group is not being served. They're underserved, and they become extremists is because it's like y'all are not being fair, because okay, you want to do this and that and the third, but what about over here? So that's the part when you can turn your nose up and be like, look, whatever, like, we're the mob, we're the majority, we're doing what we want to do over here. Screw you, your kids, and the appetite, whatever it is you eating, I don't give a damn. Like that's why we have these people that come up on January 6th saying, nah, look, if we can't vote you, if we can't vote the people we want in, look, we might as well knock y'all niggas' heads off because my child matters to me. But we got to be fair. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, we're not listening to everybody. And I think that that's where, like, even we, get confused too, because we start to follow along because okay, certain things might be okay for us, but that's where, like, that's the bigger problem, is that regardless, just because you're the majority doesn't mean that you shouldn't be fair.
And I think this video did a good job of letting both sides get their point across. I want to play a little bit more of this, and then we're going to move on.
I wanted to know if most churches in Tennessee felt the same way. So I continued my journey to the city of Franklin, south of Nashville, in a county that's been called the new frontier for American evangelical Christianity.
Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for another week.
I joined an early morning meeting of community activists who work with the homeless, led by Pastor Kevin Riggs. He grew up as a conservative evangelical and had dreams of becoming a mega church pastor. But a close reading of the Bible convinced him God cared more about social justice.
There's division within the church like I haven't seen it. I've had friends who were pastors of churches, and because they spoke out against the religious right or against President Trump, then they're asked to leave their church.
What's the threat, do you think? What's the danger?
You hear the term a lot in evangelical circles that we're fighting a cultural war. And I think you can very easily replace the word culture with civil. And that's kind of where we are. And it's been a cold civil war where it's all been about ideology and fighting for these things. But that could very quickly become violent. It could become, the right will have a tendency to take up arms to protect their right.
And that's what the
There are
liberals need to
pastors
be
who seem to
careful
court
about.
controversy, even thrive off it. Greg Locke burned Catholic rosaries and Harry Potter books on Halloween night, objects of sorcery and witchcraft, he called them.
We don't have to be so careful with what we say.
I met him in his studio near Nashville, where he films his popular webcast about faith and politics.
The social media, that's the biggest part of it. I think it's about 4.6 million people across all the, Facebook and all the platforms. Of course, no more Twitter. I was suspended for life from Twitter. But at the end of the day, we literally have millions of people that watch. And then that brings a lot of people to the church.
Good evening, Global Vision family. Give the Lord some praise in his house.
Locke made a name for himself as a Trump pastor, but he really took off by challenging the COVID shutdown. And yes, he was also at the Capitol riot.
You ain't seen an insurrection yet.
He preaches politics to his following that can sound like extremist rants.
You God-hating communist America, you'll find out what an insurrection is, because we ain't playing your garbage. We ain't playing your mess. My Bible says that the church of the living God.
So you also said in your church that Democrats are demons. Do you really believe that?
Absolutely.
What does
I
that
believe
mean?
the Democratic Party is demonically energized. And so I told them, look, if you believe in butchering babies and you celebrate stolen elections and you don't want freedom and you're against the Second Amendment or even the First Amendment, then leave. You can leave anytime you want to.
It's one thing to be tired of a party. It's another thing to say they are evil, they are demonic.
Right. But I don't mind saying that.
Couldn't this be a way of inciting to violence those people who listen to you, either in your church or online, because they might take it a step further? If this is evil, I should go after it.
Every bucket sits on its own bottom. People have been saying that for years. Oh, if you follow Jesus, then that means you're going to make a whip and go into a church and run people out.
It's not quite the same thing.
It's exactly the same thing.
You're calling fellow Americans evil and putting it in the context of an apocalyptic battle between good and evil.
There is an apocalyptic battle between
And so
good and
that
evil.
is the kind of language that could be used to incite violence against such people.
Well, could be and is are two very different things. That's not my responsibility. I have a responsibility.
You don't see
to
that as a
speak the truth.
responsibility
No.
to stay away from possibly inciting violence?
No, I'm not inciting violence. I'm preaching the Bible.
Of pastors getting.
Locke is now preaching the Bible with a growing emphasis on deliverance from demons.
There's none of the political rhetoric tonight. You can see that Greg Locke really knows how to draw a crowd. This is emotional, it's powerful, it's dramatic. He knows how to develop a following.
Some of you feel like throwing up, you feel something coming.
After the service, people gathered at the front seeking prayer to be freed from their demons.
Paranoia out in Jesus' name. Insomnia.
This kind of mass deliverance service is tapping into a very old tradition of Pentecostal revival in the United States. It breaks through in new ways when people are hungry for the experience of a living and mighty God. For those here, the Spirit of God was moving. But how is this mix of charismatic evangelism, right-wing politics, and Trumpism playing out in the midterm elections?
I do think we're seeing kind of a test run of some of this rhetoric in the midterm. And I think it is a kind of dip the toe in the water, see how this plays on the campaign trail with a rev up to 2024.
One of the best examples of a candidate backed by this new religious right is the Republican contender for Pennsylvania governor, Doug Mastriano. He's a former military man campaigning as a Christian warrior, framing this election as spiritual warfare.
Don't be held in bondage by those lies and tricks of the enemy, because Satan sees the potential you have in Jesus Christ here to change the course of history. We stand at a crossroads right now in Pennsylvania, and this is our time. We're taking our country back, and it starts right here.
I went to Pennsylvania to find out what voters were thinking, traveling deep into Amish country. I'd met Jeff and Janice Gavin at a campaign event. Their friends, Chris and Bobby Foley, were visiting from out of state.
I'm going to be voting conservative, not necessarily Republican, because I look at both sides. But most of what I hear from the Democratic side is anti-me. I don't align with that message. And
What about Mastriano?
Mastriano, I'm well behind. He has to win for the state to recover.
Do you believe that Mastriano has been called by God?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, absolutely. What do you think that God has called them to do?
A little while longer.
Get involved politically. If you read the Bible and all the stories in the Bible, he uses people to move and to do things in God's will. And God has called upon many people to take back this world from
And who
this
is God
black.
calling to take back America now?
Well, I think he did appoint Trump.
This is going to be a long turn too. It's not going to be something that's going to happen.
He said he appointed Trump.
I mean,
God.
It's going to take a while to get this country back the way it was, because it took 30, 40 years to turn it around.
Probably
Now,
longer.
but I think it may take 2024. Now 2022.
This is powerful stuff, man. That's why I wanted to cover it. So last comments, and I'm gonna move on. Go ahead.
You know what? Like, while we're here and we're getting flustered and having our back and forths, like there's countries that's worse off than even America when it comes to these types of conversations. Like they can't even have the freedom to even like somebody going to interview them and ask them and this, like it can't even happen. Like that, the fight happens right then and there. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I think that we have something that we could salvage, but I think that, we can't be so stuck up and, acting as if like everything that we're doing is so right that we don't even give them a chance. We make them so, try to turn the head and make them the bad guy. Like, we're asking for trouble. Like we got to be able to, like, I mean, that's just like having a marriage. We're all in a relationship with each other through our state. And, if you don't listen to your wife or your wife don't listen to you, somebody going to get the swing. And somebody gonna, at some point going to be like, you didn't hear me. So wait a minute, hold on. Did you hear that? You know what I'm saying? Like, we have to really, because like most people don't want to see that war happen, but unconsciously you're pushing that war to happen. That's my piece.
I got a bunch of little clips here. I'm just trying to decide which ones. I think I want to read a Houston Chronicle. I think I want to go into that. The one, because this is kind of on the topic still a bit, because it's about the mega churches in Texas.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah, I think we lead the
but
nation.
But those are liberally run, I'm sure. Those are not gonna fall in the same category.
Let me read this. It says Texas has 210 mega churches. These are the top 5 in the Houston area, ranked by attendance. So Lakewood Church, 45,000 is the average attendance.
Oh shit.
Number 2, Woodland Church, with an average attendance of 18,000. Second Baptist Church, average attendance 15,000. New Light Christian Center Church, 13,000. The Fountain of Praise, 9,000.
Fountain of Praise, that's Southwest side right there.
But I mean, you know, hey, you know what? Like for some people, because I mean, I could be wrong, but you know, I don't feel those large. Like when I was living in Houston, I went to a church. I don't think it was quite as big as those churches. Maybe around between the 300 and 500 people, but that's a lot of people compared to where I was raised. You know what I'm saying? When I was raised, like I mean, our church might have, you know, 100 members, but regularly you might see about 50.
Yeah, me too.
60,
And
50
everybody
people
knew
that-
everybody, and the church grew over time. So the building fund was actually real, because as
Yeah.
soon as they had enough money, they would add on to the church. I saw,
Yes.
you know, that's what it was. And
And
then
100
you
people.
also had the tithes. Sometimes
Mhm.
would go to Sister Sally because her husband died and she's struggling. You know, the
Yes.
tithes gonna be for Sister Sally this Sunday. So y'all, you know, and you see them give them the money, like that kind of thing that does not happen. And in these mega churches, that's all the way out. You're just a number. Like,
But see, at the same time, these pastors at the mega churches also know a lot of these people that go there aren't going there for God. A lot of them, you know, I'm not saying that this is everybody, but a lot of them, most of what I hear is like, man, that's a good place to go network. You know what I'm saying? Like,
or other things.
it's corporately induced. Like, it's more like, okay, well, you know what? It's a bunch of rich people go to this church. Maybe if I go, you know, I can, you know, gain some friendships that'll get me closer to the big dollars. Like, it's not what, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not, you know, like I think that you need to have a much more intimate relationship with God, and how you know what I'm saying? Like a tribe, a lot of times it does not get that big. You know, in the thousands, like everybody's not relating that way, you know, potentially.
Because
But
if it's
you know,
helping the community, how could it possibly grow that big? The
church that
community
I'm used to
around
going.
the
Go ahead.
community around the church should be grown. And people having
yes,
nicer houses and stuff like that, having
yeah,
community centers and stuff, like something for the
yeah.
kids to
You
do
don't,
after school, basketball courts, schools, everything.
yeah. See, and that's the thing, because I mean, if the community is centered around that, then everybody in the community are pretty much involved in this church. You know, like you probably, you know, if you spent millions of dollars to build this building, then you know the people around there should be at least 50, like 70, 80,
They,
100,000
they
on
should have some
average.
stake in
So
on it or something, because the
yes,
people coming there and spending their money is what built the church.
1,000%. So you know that's I you know, like I said, I mean, I try to have that middle ground, but as far as respecting the people who are involved in these situations, but at the same time, I challenge them to contest themselves, like to you know what is my real purpose, what am I trying to accomplish in this place, because if the people there, you don't really know none of these people, and you're just looking for, oh, you done handed out your card, and now people know, oh, you know what, the few people that might think about you again when it's, they need that service. Okay, that's cool. I mean, that's great, but I think you got to have a bigger, like, because I mean, you might seem like most people might seem to accomplish less uh in physically, far as the dollar, but overall I think spiritually you're growing more than a lot of these people in a smaller sense, because you know we help each other. Like, you know, we do things that, you know, when like my mom, she bakes. Anytime something's going on, like she you know, a function, you know, whether it's a you know, some kind of event, a funeral, somebody died or whatever, like that's what she does. So in order to bring some ease to the family, you know, that's one of those things that she'll share with the with that family. But and there's others that's doing very similar things. So it's like having that intimate relationship with everybody inside the church. When things happen in your family, you know, it's more felt right then and there. You have a a funeral at a big church like that, it's like
It's plugged up. It's not plugged up.
I don't think that it's, you know, I'm gonna just say that most likely they're probably not gonna go to that church for the funeral. They're probably gonna, because it probably costs too much.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's
That was
not
another
like,
service that the small churches did always.
yeah.
Let me read this. It says everything's bigger in Texas, and that includes the churches. Texas has 210 mega churches, according to the Hartford Institute for Religion Research 2020 report. Hartford defines a megachurch as any Protestant Christian congregation with 2,000 or more people attending weekly. Comment, it says they need to start paying their fair share of taxes. That's the first comment. Another comment says tax the churches and to hell with Osteen. Another comment, they are entertainers. They console their followers by how judgmental they are and make them feel like they are better than everyone else. The food bank is a far better place to see real charity. Another comment, all these churches to hold the Karens of Texas. Another comment, don't know who to trust in the modern church nowadays. Some just want money and others are in it for good. Another comment, can anyone make up an imaginary thing and convince people to worship it to get out of paying taxes? Another comment, if you serve God for money, then you serve the devil. Another comment, it says, got to love that tax exempt status and business model that preys on vulnerable people.
What? Go ahead. Uh-oh.
Did he go mute?
I don't know.
Yeah, he did. He did. I'm looking at it. He went mute.
Okay, because I was wondering, like, wait a minute, did something? Because I know my headset is dying, but I was like, oh damn, mine died. But I saw it looked like he was just sitting still. Chaka.
Can y'all hear me now? How long have I been out?
All right, I hear something. That's yeah. I think we got you back. Say something.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Something's weird with my sound though. Fuck. Y'all can hear me though.
Yes.
Let me play something so I can get my shit together. I wanted to go to Twitter anyways.
Pull up some Osteen. Give him a good
old
example of Osteen.
Africa.
No, I'm just kidding.
During the onset of the COVID pandemic, 500 Cuban doctors even went to Italy, the epicenter of the crisis at the time, to relieve the Italian healthcare system, which was overwhelmed by the virus. Many of the doctors at the center of this program studied at the Latin American School of Medicine, or ILAM. ILAM is located at a former military base, which was converted to a medical school in 1998. It is one of the largest medical schools in the world, serving 15,000 students from over 120 countries. One of the largest foreign delegations to Elam is the Palestinian delegation, with over 500 students attending from Palestine alone. And just by looking around, you can see Palestinians everywhere. Palestine, like Cuba, is a country living under economic blockade. The effects of Israel's carpet bombing of Gaza are made magnitudes worse by Israel's blockade of the Gaza Strip, which prevents the entry of almost all medical equipment. In the occupied West Bank, Palestinians are shot at and murdered by occupation forces and roaming gangs of Israeli settlers. The need for more doctors in Palestine is clear, but is it the only reason so many Palestinians have made the long trek to Havana? Students from the Palestinian delegation told us about their reasons for coming.
Basically, as a Palestinian, we grow up in a conditions that you always need more doctors. And the doctors are as a hero, a simple hero back home, because they are the people who save lives. Because in Palestine, we have a lot of shooting, a lot of killing. We see that a lot. We need a lot of doctors. So I grew up knowing that these people are the heroes back home, and these people, what I want to grow up to be. Basically, the occupation affected everything, because for the occupation, they're going to shoot anyone. They don't look if you are a journalist, you are a doctor, you are a teacher, you are a student, you are a kid, you are a woman, you are a prayer. They don't care about any of these things. So basically, in Palestine, everything is affected. As a doctor, I don't know if I'm going home to be a doctor for too long, or I'm going to get shot after like a few years, but this is what we live for. This is what we fight for. We have to fight every day. So we keep going till we believe that this occupation gonna become to an end.
So this is a guy, he's going, you can go to Cuba and study for free to be a doctor, no matter where you're from. So they're saying a lot of Palestinians are going there to become, well, this guy is an example of one who went there to be a doctor so he can take it back home. That's pretty cool.
They actually learn real medicine. If you want to, like if you know what real medicine is, but some people believe this new medicine, this this stuff that you're seeing and that what you've been indoctrinated into through our doctor system, nurses, and all this kind of stuff. This is a new version of, I think, because Cuba is, based on what I've read and I've seen and some of the videos that you've shared with me, they practice much more real medicine than what our doctors learn here in America, or in North America.
And you have doctors that come from the United States that go to Cuba to learn too, and that's crazy. So I think you're right. The other night last night I think I played a little clip with a chick. I want to say she was from Yemen, and she was talking about the humanitarian crisis there and the drought. But what's killing me about that is that they're leaving out the fact that these people, there's a war, and that constantly gets left out of that one. Let me play
We're
this.
doomed to repeat them.
Let me play this.
This report on stability and security in the broader Middle East is incredible for what it manages to ignore and conceal. Apparently, in this region, instability and wars just spontaneously happen. It says the underlying causes of instability must be addressed, but there are none in the report. There was no Iraq war. There was no regime change operation in Syria. In this fairy tale, France, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, the UK, and the US didn't train, arm, and finance Al-Qaeda in Syria. Saudi Arabia, UAE, France, and the UK have not been bombing the daylights out of Yemen for 8 years. Iran, Russia, and Turkey are active in Syria, but America and the Israelis are nowhere. America and the Israelis are not illegally occupying Syria, and the Israelis are not bombing Syria every week. And the US and the EU are not sanctioning the Syrian people to death. If we are incapable of talking honestly about our criminal actions, we're doomed to repeat them.
Yeah.
Bum, dum, dum. I mean, that was a great speech on sarcasm. In sarcasm,
I'm telling
like
you,
that.
because
That's
everything
a
he was
great
saying,
language to speak.
yeah, and I don't think people will understand, and that's a good way to get it by too, because without saying the stuff outright, it's just like, hey, if you don't understand that I'm being sarcastic, then and if you just take the opposite of what I'm saying, that's actually what I'm saying.
you know, because I'm like this. If us as Americans are going to support our country being world police or somebody who's going to step in when things are unbalanced, okay, we can do that. But we can't go out there and start becoming, you know, something else because, you know, okay, you feel, you know, in the middle of the fight, you feel like it can't be done, so you just join in and start doing the same crap. You know what I'm saying? I do believe at some point I think we've tried to do that, but usually it's turns into you know, a bunch of greed. You know, a lot of times I think we need to allow people to try to fix their own problems, in which, you know, we got a lot of issues that we need to fix on our own. And you know, does globalism really fix all of that? I don't know. I mean, I think healthy debate would maybe, you know.
Yeah, with good data. Speaking of globalism, check this out. It says researchers of sanctioned Chinese quantum tech company proud after hearing U.S. sanction.
One of the many sanctions put on China has been on quantum technology.
They ask him, how do you feel about the sanction? They say proud. There's not much we can say about it because you've done something really special, right?
Yes.
Yes, because no one ever cares about the insignificant things like an ant on your feet. You'd only impose a sanction on someone if you felt threatened. Do you feel like you're under more pressure? Like you need to be better in your coding? Or do you feel like you have more pressure to succeed? In fact, we've already achieved localization. So their sanctions only proved our capabilities. We're actually even more capable than they think. That's the sense of pride she's talking about. The longer you do this, the stronger the sense of belonging you have. When I first came here, the devices were huge and they operated a lot differently. Now we have very small modules. In fact, our company's products have always been advancing. In the past, hardly anyone heard about quantum technology. But now my friends and relatives say they've heard our company and our product is on the news. Then I probably tell them I worked on one of the small modules. That's the sense of pride and belonging. What do y'all think?
You know, well, I feel like this. Why are our children not learning this stuff? They're not getting perverted with a bunch. Like, you know, I think that, you know, there has to be some line, you know, like if we, you know, in order to maintain some freedom, but at the same time, like I think if we have a different focus, we could actually, you know, maybe be competitive in the world again. You know, it's almost like our, you know, higher ups have just pretty much sold us out and gave up on the idea that, okay, look, America is not going to be this. We're going to allow some these things to grow somewhere else, mainly because of racism, mainly because of the hatred for, you know,
it's holding us back. It's holding us back, bro. We in arrested development as a country, and we're actually going backwards, and it's all because of that. This damn beige skin tone bullshit.
I mean, but the problem is that a lot of us, you know, we're a big part of the problem is because we feed into it. Because I mean, just like these people that's you know, whose voices feel like they're unheard, that's being these Christian nationalists, and this, that, like as if they're the only problem here in this country. Nope, that's not true. I mean, are they a problem? Potentially, yeah, but is it our only problem? Definitely not. You know what I'm saying? So,
Let me read some the retweet under the tweet. It says Chinese aeronautical engineer Wang Su was responsible for Boeing's first military aircraft, and they left a link. Another comment, it says sanctioned by U.S. equals badge of honor. U.S. is scared stiffed. Another comment. Go ahead.
yeah. No,
Go ahead.
I would say, yeah. I mean, we should be because we're nowhere near prepared. Like, I mean, if you know, we really could get like, I mean, because
I'm picking it up in the
our
background.
our technology, you know, is not necessary. Like, we're not growing in the ways that we should, and like there's so many other things that's more important to us than, you know, than education. Because like and you know, it might be strange that I'm quoting Kanye West. They talk about the 5 pillars of a growing society, you know, or necessities that you need. And it's like water, food, um clothing, shelter, and knowledge. And he's like, he's pointing out that knowledge is the most important of them all, because without it you can't get the rest of them. So if we're not having a heavy focus on our growth mentally, we're gonna be stuck. And you know, there's people that's gonna, you know, be our, you know, like we would be more subservient to more people around the world because of that. Like, I mean, could be equals if, you know, we were actually putting more effort into that than what pronouns we're going to call each other, or what, you know, what football team, you know, what Kanye, you know what I'm saying, what all these different things that we concern ourselves with, that's not quite as important.
Yeah.
You know, there's water shortages, there's food shortages. Like, who's you know, who's focusing on these different things that we need to survive?
Let me read some more. It says, a bit like how the highest honor in investigative journalism is being targeted by the CIA or FBI. Wow, that's a good one. Julian Assange. Another comment, it says, the big difference is in the US, the thinking is what's in it for me? Individualism at its peak. In China, it's what's in it for the nation, a sense of community.
Yeah, what's in it for us? Like, we used to be that way. You know what I'm saying? Even, I mean, you know, a lot of our recent history, because of who's in charge, or who's been in charge, you know, can, you know, they've, because I mean, our laws are not, you know, like, we've somewhat, you know, I think there's ignorance, but at the same time, you know, because of the way that people use our laws, you know, have made it into a racist ideology, because they've learned how to use it that way. But ultimately, those laws are not really racist. Is if you, and especially when it's a narrative, you know, just like they've sold us this whole thing about, you know, Jesus or Christianity or whatever, that this is the ultimate thing. But there's so many other things in comparison, or that's equal to it, or maybe even better, that, you know, if we didn't live by certain narratives, all of us would grow. Like, America was really in a position to, you know, was on track to be it for maybe another 1,000 years. Because I mean, with us being 200 and something years old, like when, you know, our ancestors were in control, like it would be hundreds or thousands of years under that regime or that, at least that family line or whatever for hundreds of years before it would fall.
Let me read this. It says, it's delightful to see their reactions, and the same happened with Huawei. The U.S. tries to ban everything that's more advanced than them. I wonder why.
It's fear. But I mean, hey, you know what I'm saying? When that's one of your main defenses on your own people is to try to push fear, guess what? That's what gets used on you.
We hear anything about it right now. We continue to go down. Look, folks, gas prices are down. And you barely hear anything about it right now. Continue to go down.
I beg to differ.
Biden putting a feather in his hat.
Well, I mean, the only people that still, because it's down by a few, like maybe up to down to maybe $1 less, but it's still way more expensive than it was a year ago or at the beginning of this year. Like, it's still high as far as I'm concerned, But I buy more fuel than the average person. You know what I'm saying?
Let me play this.
Climático y sus consecuencias. Estamos viviendo una.
Oh, I don't have the caption.
I just thought about I might buy more fuel in one day than the average person buys in 1 month.
If you in that big old 18-wheeler.
Yeah.
Yeah, we spend a lot on fuel. Well, I don't know if we really spend a whole lot, but I think we do, because if I sat there and I actually added it up, because this truck that I drive, it has a 70-gallon tank on the driver's side and a 60 on the passenger side. So yeah, we usually fill up this truck at least twice. In a 24-hour period, it's at least twice, 3 times.
Yeah, because you're a team. Yeah, you're a team.
Yeah.
But me by myself, I'm still buying 100. Let's just say 130, 100. Because my tanks are 75 each. So I mean, I'm not totally empty when I refill, but I'm usually doing that once a day.
Yeah.
So. 150 gallons, 130 gallons, let's just say even 125 gallons a day. I mean, the average person, they might not even buy that much in a month. So, I mean, most people are not going to have the same argument that I will. Because, I mean, and even in your situation, you might be, pumping that much fuel every day, but it's not necessarily coming out of your pocket. It doesn't reflect your living, your lifestyle, because of it.
Mind that $20 billion has disappeared. How many people?
My bad. I do want to play this clip though. This is I don't know. I didn't even see this clip.
This is a glaring example of everything that's wrong with our government and the power elite in Washington. If you are a crook, but you got the right friends and you're on the right team, then you'll be taken care of. If you're not, if you're against that team, then even if you're not a crook, they're going to try to find a crime to pin on you. And there's such a huge contrast here that dawned on me when I saw this story, this interview playing out today. On the one hand, you have Stephanopoulos treating this guy with kid gloves. Poor you only have $100,000 in your bank account right now. Never mind the $20 billion has disappeared. How many people have been actually hurt through this? They're going out of their way to treat him kindly and with kid gloves and not actually call him out for exactly what he is. But on the other hand, you have Elon Musk, right? They are doing all they can to vilify Elon Musk, paint him as enemy number one, say that his purchase of Twitter is a potential national security threat. Why? Because he stands for free speech and because he's saying to the Biden administration and permanent Washington, Twitter's not going to be your propaganda arm anymore. This points to everything that's wrong with Washington. The American people deserve better than this, what is essentially a wealthy banana republic that takes care of their own and goes after their political opponents at this point. This is a
Man, hey,
There's
ooh,
actual people upset with Elon Musk, but I understand why. It's because most of those people are, you know, controlled by the media, by the propaganda, and whatever their masters are upset about, they are too. So it's like, you know, somebody who's actually come in to help you realize the truth or see life in a more of a, you know, open fashion, you know, and which, like they say, like all these bots that were, you know, programmed to, you know, do all that first week when there was all the nigga, like all these different things that was programmed to say this is why it shouldn't be free speech, or this is why everybody shouldn't be able to say what they want to say. But you know, if you such a pansy, you don't deserve to be on no damn social media anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like if you if you can't handle the truth, shut the
and,
hell up and go home.
and Tulsi said a whole bunch of truth right there in that clip. For real. Let me read some stuff. It says, sometime you are in New Hampshire, we'd love to host an event for you at our farm or whatever. 220 billion man who owns and controls his own massive and social media platform and has an army of available spineless, willing government stooges willing to embarrass themselves on television nonstop to pretend he's the victim of mysterious media forces is your populist friend.
Hater.
Let's see. It says both these are brilliant fraud. Don't leave out the Rhino establishment. They're part of the Unit Party too, and the worst part. Another one. The American people deserve better. I know why I've always appreciated you, and that I'm teased even more when I met you in Glendale, and now even more when you unleash the power behind the smile. I hate it when people just be riding everybody's freaking. Tulsi is the one who tweeted this, so those were tweets like directly to her. So yeah, but what that was saying is good stuff. Let me see. I think I got another one.
Kanye West took free speech to its limits. Real free speech.
Hold on. What do you say?
I said, well, you know, when you hear people's conversation about this, like automatically, it's you know what I'm saying. You can pretty much tell, you know, at least from you know my perspective, you could tell who's under control. Who's like, because I mean, you know, MK Ultra might be some, you know, on the extreme end, but I think that like the mild levels of it is what's going on through social media platforms, the news, you know, television, all that. But these people that are programmed, like you can pick them out so easily. Like it's so, I mean, because they, bro, and some, I hate to say it, like in my own household. Well, I say my household, but like people that's really close to me that's speaking out. Man, I can't believe you know, Elon is doing it. You know, oh, you know what? Apple came in and put the iron fist down on Musk. It's like, no, they didn't. You know what I'm saying? Like I mean, you can believe because they want you to believe that they're still in power, they're doing something, but they're really afraid that all of the things that they've been doing and lying to you, that you're going to be able to see it soon. That's more so what they're more afraid that you're going to be able to see the bullshit that they've been telling you, and you're going to be totally against them just like you should. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Let
me play some of this.
Well, guys, yesterday, Kanye West took free speech to its limits. Real free speech, not there's two genders. I said something. Oh my God, no, that's regular common sense. What he said, I don't think it was 6 million Jews. The Holocaust didn't happen that way. Hitler was great. I love Hitler. That's free speech. Why? Because it's offensive to people. No question it's offensive. And by the way, he's making a point when he says that, because he also said he loves Mao, that he loves Jeffrey Dahmer, that he loves the people trying to destroy him. He loves Ari Emanuel. He loves the people who perhaps killed his mother. He said he loves everybody. He can't hate. But all you see in the media, he loves Hitler. He loves Hitler. You know who else liked Hitler? JFK. JFK liked Hitler. Go read his diaries about Hitler. Gandhi was Hitler's pen pal. A lot of people liked Hitler. Why? Because perhaps maybe the history we're told isn't really what is the truth about this person. History is written by the victors. How do you know anything is true? You've been lied to about Iraq, Syria, Afghanistan, virtually every war you've ever seen.
Everywhere.
You've been lied to about COVID. How do you know that what Kanye said is false? Because the history books told you, historians told you, documentaries on History Channel. How do you know? I was asking people yesterday, how do you know he's wrong? And all I got was, because I read a book. How do you know the book is right? How do you know it? My grandmother was in Auschwitz. How did she get out alive? What did she see? No one can answer. This is free speech, asking these offensive questions that people might not like. This is what we need to do. That's how you get to the truth of things, or that's how you debunk things you think are false, like what Kanye's saying. This is why I support what he's saying, not because I agree fully or I think it's not insane or offensive, because free speech and the truth only come out when you have these conversations. I don't like the fact that he's starting beef with Elon, who's been supporting him, though. That, to me, is a disgrace.
Okay, comments.
I mean, it's not.
I saw where he was going with that when you were getting like, what the is this guy saying? It's like, no, wait, give him a second. He's not saying those things that he believes them. He's just making statements right now to say what is free and not. Oh, yeah. By the way, Kanye fucked up. He got Elon Musk kicked him off of Twitter because he posted a Star of David with a swastika in the middle of it. I don't care what side you're on. That was too far.
Why? Why is that too far? Because, I mean, there's real history, and then there's stuff that you're being told. Because it goes back to ancient times. And I sent out a video today.
The swastika is actually a symbol of peace and strength and honor.
Exactly.
I mean, when you go back to the Nordic roots of it, and I am Nordic, which of course makes a big problem for me to say this.
But being see, but that's the thing.
Not with me. I'm speaking of my history, but people have a problem with me saying stuff like that.
I know, but see, that's the thing. We got to get past that because we're all living a lie, and by us, you know, those of us that know the truth, and we feel too scared to say it because of what people, how they get upset. But they need to get on the side of truth too. See, like that's the whole thing. Like, I mean, us lying to each other. I mean, like for me, like I have trouble, you know, trying to tell black people, most of y'all were not slaves. You know, because I mean, if you really think about it, a lot of us weren't. The story that was told to us is a lie, just like the shit that, you know, they're mentioning right now about what happened in Germany. Like,
but you know, you can say that. I can't.
Yes, you can. Oh, well,
yeah, and that's gotten me hacked a couple of times and canceled and all kinds of stuff.
Well, and you know, I don't know if I have your number or not, but because there's a guy that broke a lot of this stuff down because, you know, he comes on and he's like, okay, because I mean, you know, people are calling Kanye crazy because their information doesn't match up with what he's saying, but it's more them who have fallen for the lie that doesn't really understand why he could say something like what he's saying.
No, I call Kanye crazy because he's freaking wackadoodle.
Well, I mean, but most people who are geniuses are to some extent. But see, and that's the thing, he's calling a bunch of people out, you know, like myself, you. because I mean, a lot of us know things.
These are
and
directed
we're
statements.
afraid.
He's trying to get to someone. He's trying to get a specific group or people to show their face.
He's trolling.
But that's fine. I mean, but
No,
but
he's
you know,
not trolling. He's fishing.
well, look, see, but at the same time, you know, his trolling, his fishing, whatever you want to call it, is actually drawing things closer to a head where we can reverse the bullshit that we've been living and going through. Like, regardless, you know, we're talking about Messiah. You know, somebody actually put out a video calling it a messy Messiah, and we don't know. Like, you know, if we're gonna say Yeshua, Jesus,
Yahweh.
you know, this Yahweh, whatever, you know, this figure that represents the you know, the Christos. We have to, you know, maybe it was the same thing, and why, you know, the people from his hometown wouldn't really accept him because they knew, like, this is just an average dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, the people that know him wouldn't really give him the credit because, you know, they didn't really understand really his purpose. Like, he, you know, if you try to, nothing is perfect, and when you try to line somebody up that's, you know, actually changing the world to be that they got to be perfect, like, you are screwed, because like the Christ figure has a main purpose. It has a high purpose, not necessarily to be the best at everything, or, you know, like these are things, like, because even the Bible has, like, the Christianity has corrupted us so much that our expectations kill us. You know what I'm saying? We throw the baby out with the bathwater.
If you put some of the stories together, you realize that it took 2 or 3 times for him to be put up in front of Pontius before Pontius said, kill him. And that was because he didn't want to deal with it. You know, the Jewish leaders were the ones that said, hey, you need to take this guy. They were trying to get rid of him. And he says, yeah, it's no big deal. It's no big deal. The only reason the Romans finally decided, yeah, we need to get rid of him, was the whole money changer incident. He messed with the money.
Well,
that's what happened to MLK.
Because symbolically, what he's doing right now is turning over the tables and all of the stuff that they're selling inside of the church.
Yeah, that's what happened to Martin Luther King, and that's what happened to John F. Kennedy too.
Because this is what really drives most of them, is the money, like their greed.
Well,
and,
Kennedy,
you know,
Kennedy's family made all that money from the mob and all of that back during Prohibition. They didn't want him having any control over FBI and stuff like that because he knew secrets.
Well, see, but that's the thing. I mean, people.
That's why anybody
that's smart.
But he was going after the banks. He said they're gonna make everybody, man, woman, and child, into a slave. He was talking about the banks.
But they're trying to do that all over again with globalism. Like that like it's the same thing. It's just under a different name. You know what I'm saying? Or like another hidden way to try to enslave not just America, the world.
See, I've been talking about the New World Order, the One World Government, and stuff like that since the 80s. Since I was like 15, 16, 17. And everyone has always called me crazy, nuts, whack job, conspiracy theorist.
Shit, they in the end game now. They're
and
in
now
the final.
Yeah, I mean, now I'm considered like, oh, you're late to the game. It's like, yeah, whatever, man.
They're in their final moves, the final chess pieces for that shit. But it's falling apart.
Fourth and fifth generational war.
20s. I mean, the early 2000s.
Let me play this. I want to change the subject because I ain't got that much time. I want to do this. UK is getting hit with the coronavirus, and I have this article about teens' brains age faster during the first year of the pandemic, study says, and stress may be to blame. Like talking about how teens have been affected from COVID. So let me do this one right quick. Check this.
Some breaking news to bring you now. It's been a little while since we brought you an update on this. Some COVID data, and infections across the United Kingdom have risen above 1 million again. That is according to the Office for National Statistics. The total number of people in private households in the United Kingdom testing positive for coronavirus rose to 1 million in the week to November the 21st. That was up 6% from the previous week. Significantly, it is the first increase in UK-wide infections since the week ending October the 17th.
So what this makes me think about, we talk about the flu season, the cold season getting cold, but the other part about it is, you know, they're having these fuel problems. So it's a lot of families that can't afford to heat their homes, and I'm sure that has an impact. So then you have to wonder, like the thing with the war in Ukraine and then the sanctions on Russia, the Ukraine people are suffering, and the people in UK are suffering, you know, and then so now you got what they're saying, you got a spike in COVID.
Okay, a
Well,
spike in
there's a other
COVID during
Go
this
ahead.
time might or might not have anything to do with the people that went, say, back to America and back over there and brought some with them. It takes 2 weeks to gestate. So it's a holiday season, people moving out, people in the country, people meeting up now that they can. I mean, of course COVID's going to rise. We're going to get it here. If you look at the numbers, I bet you they're spiking here in the US right now, and they're going to do it again right after Christmas and New Year's.
Well, listen, because I mean, there's other conversations going on that I've been, I know I sent it to Chaka and Deuce, because I don't really know how to send it to everybody, but there's conversations that's going on that, I mean, they know that the main people that are being affected have had the what. So it's like they know it and they're not doing anything about it. They're upset with the government because, they're not really doing anything, like these people trusted in them, and these are not people who said, "Oh no, I'm against that. I'm against that." No, these are people who trusted in it and said, "All right, I'm gonna be, a good citizen and go do this thing," and they're the ones who's suffering more than anybody else. And that's the conversation that's being had in the UK. So I mean, like I said, if I had a way, because I mean it's on Telegram, and some people, they'll take every other app, but they don't want to get things that's gonna really like the information that you're not getting on mainstream. Hey, there's a lot of stuff going on, and this is within the Senate of what was it? I forget what country it is, but it's over in Europe. But man, it's these people know, like they're actually sharing the information more that our country will not. Like the only people that dig for it can actually see it. Like myself, I go to the CDC website. I go to the NIH. I look at the VAERS. I look at all these different things that give different information. Everybody doesn't do that.
Use a VPN. Move your source location signal over to Europe, and you will get a lot of more information than we get here. All that stuff that they hide hardcore is just, that's the front, like it is here.
Wide, yeah, it's wide open. Like, I mean, UK doesn't have the those propaganda, like the freedom of propaganda.
Oh man, yeah, they do, but they also don't shut people down as quick.
Well, because I mean,
they allow both sides to talk.
Well, see, and that's the thing. Our freedoms are being trampled on, and people don't even realize how much. You know what I'm saying? Especially like the censorship, like we're being so passive to, people being able to shut you down and stop you from saying things. People who are trying to pass on information that'll actually help you. That's the stuff that's bad to share. You know what I'm saying?
Let me read some sweet responses. It says, is it selfish for me to say that I've missed out on 2 holidays due to COVID? And if my March holiday is canceled, I'll be furious. I've been vaxxed, followed social distancing, and worked my ass off for 2 years to do what I can. How are we still 1 million with COVID? I admit, selfish, but
Well,
go ahead.
there's a reason. No, I'm saying there's a reason, but I probably shouldn't say it.
Let me read another comment. It says, are we still isolating if we have it or just getting on with it? Is there any particular rules on it now? Another comment, Mega LOL, how would you know when testing hasn't disappeared? 1 million of British public currently have it. Wow. Another comment, it says, how do they know? Where do people report this to? I'm very skeptical this is true. I'm kind of skeptical about this too, because the first thing I said earlier was the flu. So, yeah, I'm skeptical. Let me read some more. It says research has went to nothing, giving this a chance to come back much stronger. Anyone affected with this will be in trouble or left with long COVID ill daily. I am pushing for more research, but there's only so much I can do myself. Look, another comment. It says 1 million people have a cold. See, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, here's a question that we're not taking into consideration. One of the biggest factors in the whole pandemic thing. Do they have an election coming up?
Well, the UK.
I'm sure that's a factor. I mean,
yeah,
after all, the elections were what had COVID wipe out every single kind of flu for 2 years. I mean, it was a miracle. All of a sudden, nobody was dying of the flu. Nobody had tuberculosis, nobody had
pneumonia,
heart attacks. I mean, heart attacks were down. All that stuff, everything was down to almost nothing during COVID. I mean, heck, I had a friend of mine die in a car wreck, and I'll be damned, COVID got him, man. That was so much better for insurance for them.
Exactly. But see, I mean, even like some of our smartest and brightest people are falling subject to all of this propaganda, and like people I respect, like makes me like really. It scares me, bro, because it's like, okay, damn, like you're somebody I learned from, taught me some great lessons, and like you don't see this, and now I'm the problem because I see something that you don't. Like when did we stop working together, or when did I lose trust? From being an upstanding person. Like all these people that you put trust in, you have not met one day in your life.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm trying to share information with you, like at least look at it. You can discern for yourself, but if you keep ignoring all of the information that's available to you, like you're meant to be one of these people that falls into the category of Goyim. Like if they are, like you're making like you taking yourself out of a high category and drop down to someone who's not thinking for themselves.
Yeah.
But
let me read some more of these. This one, it says jab number 15 coming right up. Another comment, it says, well, it is cold season. Another comment, it says lockdown. Another comment, it says, in the absence of testing, if I develop a temperature, a cough, shivers, pains, etc., how do I determine if I have flu, a bad cold, COVID, or a viral infection? Couple more. It says, it's time to stop reporting this stuff. More than enough people are vaccinated, and we know much more about it being a mild illness. My seasonal cold was worse than the 2 times I had COVID. My vaccinations were the worst part. Another comment, Lots of kitty-aged men with 5 follows commenting, "So what? It's a code." I suggest you are the ones who are scared. The ones keeping an eye on it know the score and are ahead of the game. Okay.
Yeah, I think that just like we've done before, like there's certain things that we can do if we feel like we're getting sick or we might have caught something. Like I mean, there's some and natural things. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not a anti what, but I think that it's this one in particularly because of the information available for it. But there's natural things you can do to strengthen your immune
Man,
system that's going to help you fight this thing off.
I look at the little lefty in the eye and go, "My body, my choice."
Well, no, that only works when you're killing something. When you know what I'm saying? If
Well, according to them, if I'm not poked, then I am killing them, right?
Yeah.
It's not them who's actually more dangerous to me. That would be me that's more dangerous to them somehow.
Of course, because you're dirty little disease. You're just dirty, lower caste.
But see, that's the thing. I mean, when you believe everything,
I have
that
my
you
silver
hear,
bells.
but no, I mean, but when you believe everything that people tell you, you don't have a discerning voice of your own. Then you get caught up in this, and that's the problem. Like that's the biggest problem, is that we've gotten too lazy and overly dependent on people.
Complacent.
But like people who really does not care about you.
So y'all check this out. This is the last thing I want to cover. It says teens' brains age faster during the first year of the pandemic, study says, and stress may be to blame. Jen Christensen for CNN, December 2nd.
CNN says that.
December
One of
2nd,
the primary
2022.
causers of stress.
Let me read some of it. It says, CNN, the brains of U.S. teens have physically changed during the COVID-19 pandemic, aging faster than normal, a new study says. The young study participants also reported more severe symptoms of anxiety, depression, and what scientists call internalized problems, meaning feeling of sadness, low self-esteem, and fear and trouble regulating their emotions after the first year of the pandemic. Dozens of studies have found that teens and adolescents' mental health has suffered during the pandemic. They have been taken out of school, away from their friends and familiar support structures, and had to live with the uncertainty and fear that came with the coronavirus. Many parents lost jobs. Millions of children lost parents and grandparents to COVID-19. The study published Thursday in the journal Biological Psychiatry, Global Open Science, is one of the first to look at the physical changes in the brain brought by the stress and anxiety. The research comes out of a larger study in which scientists were trying to understand the gender differences in depression among adolescents. 8 years ago, they set out with a plan to take MRI scans of 220 children ages 9 to 13 every 2 years. The team had completed 2 sets of scans when the pandemic interrupted their research, and they weren't able to start scanning again until the end of 2020. When the research was interrupted, the team decided it would be interesting to study the effects that this stressful event would have on kids' developing brains. The pre-pandemic scans would help them make this comparison. The researchers matched children in the same demographics, including gender, age, exposure to stress, and socioeconomic status, to find the average brain age. They put the MRI scans through a model that pulls data from other scans. The researchers compared the MRI scans of 128 children. Half of the scans were taken before the pandemic and the other half at the end of 2020. They found that the children who lived through the first year of the pandemic had brain ages that were older than their chronological age. The brains that had gone through the beginning of the pandemic had growth in the area that can help regulate fear and stress, called the amygdala. Why the fuck I can't say this? I know this word.
Amygdala.
Yeah, there we go. Amygdala. And in the hippocampus, the area of the brain that controls access to memories, tissues, and thinned in the part of the brain that controls executive functioning, the cortex. A little more. The child's brain changes naturally over time, but researchers has found that the physical changes can speed up when a person goes through significant adversity in childhood. Studies have shown that people who are exposed to violence, neglect, poverty, and family problems early in life have faster brain aging and can have problems with their mental health later on. Ian Gottlieb, lead author of the new study, said the research team had expected to find the problem with anxiety, depression, and internalized problems. The pandemic has not been kind to adolescent mental health, this psychological professor at Stanford University, but they weren't exactly sure what they would find with the MRI scans. It's always interesting to do research like this, and you're not really sure what's going to happen. These effects were interesting and happened pretty quickly. This was just a 1-year shutdown, so we didn't know the effects on the brain would be this pronounced after the short period of stress. He added, it tracks with the mental health difficulties that we're seeing. What is clear, he said, is whether the brain changes will have an impact later in life. The research team plans to scan the same kids later to track their brain development. There's a chance that their brain changes could have just been an immediate response to a stressor that will normalize over time, he said. That's good. Let me finish it. The team also plans to look at 10 children in the study who had COVID-19 to see whether there's a different effect. The physical differences seem to be a little more pronounced in children who had COVID. Dr. Max Witznitzer, Diversion Chief of Pediatric Neurology at UH Rainbow Babies and Children's Hospital, said the changes in the brain were interesting, but what important is whether the mental health problem persists. The anatomy is not important, it's the functionality that is important, said Winston, who wasn't involved in the research. The clinical consequence here is the functional impact, the mental health condition clinically, and how it's functionally and how you deal with it. With appropriate mental health interventions, problems like anxiety or depression can be managed. The brain has the capacity for reorganization, or call it improvement, if you will. Gottlieb hopes parents and guardians keep in mind that although lockdowns and school closures may be over, the mental health consequences may be lingering. Be sure that your adolescent or teen is getting any help that he or she might need if they're experiencing symptoms of depression, anxiety, or being withdrawn. Yeah, I think adults, you could say the same thing for adults.
Well, I mean, you know, it's I mean, it can happen to anyone. I mean, that's just my thing. And you know, when certain things happen, like I said, it's a chemical reaction going on all day in our bodies. You know what I'm saying? And based on these different triggers, will secrete these different things that can have like unlimited effects on the bodies. I mean, it makes nothing but sense if you have if you understand just basic science. Yeah, I mean, it totally makes sense. But hopefully, those children, still get to have a full life, because all of the fear that we all went through during that period, something unknown. Like the unknown boogeyman is more scarier than the dude down the street that we know is a bad guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can see him coming, but the little invisible one, we can't. And woman, did I get it? Did I? Well, like you send so many different messages to yourself. It's just.
I think we all need to think about mental health and really pay attention to the kids and pay attention to ourselves. And like they're saying in the article, we probably need some therapy.
I think we all, even those of us who think that we're sane, could use some good, I mean, at least a good talking to with a friend, at the least. You know, like certain things that
Man,
bother you, or
give me
you know, a professional. I mean, like either way, I don't think that. I think anyone that lives in this country and is within these confines of America, and of course outside of America, could use some you know mental rehabilitations.
man, let me go sit in the therapist's office on that sofa and smoke some good ass weed and have good long conversations.
Oh shit!
Actually, a proper
You go
therapist
ahead.
would not do
Like
that.
that's gonna have me freaking out. Like
You
I
say
already know.
what?
Like smoking weed just only makes me paranoid.
Nah, that
Yeah.
You know what I'm
shit
saying?
that chills me the fuck out. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know what kind.
I don't think the therapist is gonna be okay with it, but probably everybody pops a pill or have a drink or smoke a blunt before they go in there to see the therapist any damn way.
Hey man,
But you
check
know,
that
but
check
you
that
know,
song I told you about out.
but
I
look,
Yeah, I'm
don't.
gonna check it.
there's places
Check the
you can
lyrics,
do.
man. It's fucking great.
But
I'm
look,
gonna check it.
y'all do know about the online therapy sessions, right?
That shit is not that effective. I mean, it's cool, but yeah, I mean, it's cool. I did that like because when I first started therapy, it was at the beginning of COVID, but I found it to be a little bit more liberating, you know, to just go in and actually really like as you're
Yeah.
talking, read the other person's body
And
language.
that's
Look,
just those 976 numbers from that back in the day without the toothless trailer park woman on the other end of the phone.
But no, see, my only reason to mention that because I mean, us being humans, we're gonna always have you know a better connection directly with other humans. But for those who can't, like I mean, us as truck drivers, we have issues. Now there's a hotline I know that's for truckers that you can get on and talk. Like you know, they have at least I know of one. But either way, I'm just saying like options outside of having to go to someone's office if you can't and you need someone to talk to. So what was that better? Dang, I'm trying to think.
BetterHelp.com.
I think it is. Yeah, that's at least that's one of them that I've seen advertised. We probably should try to get in touch with them and advertise. Try to get paid for the advertising. I mean, overall, just want to be able to offer some help to people that might need it because it's very important. We all have some issue that we haven't recognized yet.
Yeah.
I know I'm crazy as hell. I have some, forms of depression. I've learned how to try to, like coping. But like I said, conversation with my mom makes me feel good a lot of times.
Is your mic away from your mouth or something? Because you're kind of going in and out.
No, well, it was a little low, but it's charging. It died, so I think it's more so because it's currently charging.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I don't really have anything else. I had a couple more things, but I don't want to do them because it's already almost 3 a.m.
Yeah. Well, I'm just gonna tell people, look, we're all different in some kind of ways. We have a lot of similarities, but we just gotta be fair with each other. I think ultimately that's one of the things that we need to discover between each other is like our commonalities and the middle roads that we can take to get to the same.
It is the differences between us that creates the strength of the entire human race.
Yes.
I mean, the thing is, a lot of these people complaining about this, that, all this, the other, and their degrees and all that, they didn't go into college with an idea of what they wanted to do in life. They just really believed someone that said, "Hey, you get a degree, you're going to get money." Well, not if anyone's not paying for that degree. I mean, the people that went for gender studies, if they had gone for nursing, would have been banking for the last 10 years.
But they may not want to do nursing. They may not want to be on their feet all the time and cleaning the poop off of people.
I understand that. I agree with that. There's also other things, but the thing is, what? Then you went to school, got a degree, but you're bitching about not being able to get a job with it, but you never had any intention of work or job or what you wanted to do when you went for that degree.
Well, I'm going to tell you, one of my professors I had in anthropology, she went to school for gender studies, but she kept on going to school. She ended up with a PhD in, I don't know, something that's similar to that. And she was my instructor, and she wrote a book.
And she is 100% the perfect example, the exception to that makes the rule of what I'm talking about. I'm not saying the entire degree is useless, but she used that degree to further her career, to do something. She used it as a direction. It wasn't the end. And that's the problem. People think that I get the degree, you're going to give me money. And that's not how it works. You have to be able to do something. You have to be able to apply that to some sort of life or field.
I mean, to the world, someone who's taken general studies is seen as someone with an open mind.
No.
And
Gender.
Gender.
Gender studies, not general.
Oh, gender studies.
I started in general studies and got cornered by my teachers and talked into education, and I wanted to do speech communication. So I dual majored in both.
Yeah. Well, I think education is very much important, but let's not be sold something let's find a purpose. Because I mean, there's so many things that you'll be happy with that might not take 10 years for you to get to.
Well, see, my education was the first 2 years. It was childhood development, how to think. It was abnormal psychology, childhood development, and special education and needs. That's the classes I took, because if I was going to go into education, I was either going to do that or I was going to use speech communication and be a corporate trainer. They send me around teaching classes.
I think a lot of people don't know what they want to do, and that's okay. And they expose themselves to different stuff, and then they find a way. What was you trying to say, Deuce? Yeah, I was cutting Deuce off. What were you saying, Deuce?
They always do. That's why they.
Oh yeah. By the way, no.
But now
I do have something to say, like, but you go.
If you have a degree and you don't necessarily, you do have a degree, and let's say you're having a hard time finding a gig, say, man, your degree, a lot of people don't realize this shit, but you having a college degree behind you could very well land you a job in a refinery, and you don't necessarily have to be an operator. That job could land you somewhere in the laboratory, and there's so many different fields within one refinery that your degree may align with, so I always tell people, man, don't look at these jobs like this, or I don't want to work in no refinery.
And people don't understand. It's a bunch of regular ass jobs. Like, you getting a promotion with your company, and the job, you have to have those credentials to log into the computer. Like, there's nothing they could do about it. Like, it don't have nothing to do with what your degree was. It's that you have to have a degree in something to work this position. And the position could be a countless, it's infinity of and all of these jobs.
Now you lose specifics. Now it's going to, all of this out there in the ether I'm arguing for. That's why I'm saying that's why people are upset. That's why the degrees are useless, because it might or it might not, maybe in the future, whatever. But they were told, get a degree, you'll get paid.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter what degree, you just get one, and that's what these people were told. And see, but like that's why I'm saying, don't get sold something. And if you're more trying to figure out self, like if you go on a journey of understanding who you are, if you have that type of knowledge, you're gonna find more in life than you will just going off of somebody telling you school is the answer. Because life is a school, the universe is a school. The reason they call it a university is because of the universe.
There's this guy.
Education is the answer, not necessarily school.
Yeah,
that's what.
But look, let me tell y'all. I want to say a major news network. I can't think of the name of it. This guy was behind the scenes, actually the fucking overall editor. You know that the editor is the boss of the whole fucking thing. The main editor, top editor. This guy worked for the the outlet for a long time, for many years, and he worked his way up, but he could never get that position because he didn't have the degree. He was the guy in the back who just kind of did all the work but didn't get the title and didn't get the pay.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen that because, like, you know, I have somebody in my family that I got a lot of respect for, that's been in the field of cooking for a long time. He's even done some management, like he even had his own business, so he knows all these things. But because he doesn't have a piece of paper that tells people this, it's more so really them being able to use you for all of your knowledge without having to pay you for the knowledge you actually have. So I mean, I can get that on certain levels, but at the same time, you know, there's certain things that you can do without, like, you can be a teacher and not go to school for it. Like, this is things that people need to realize. You don't have to pay $80,000.
You can't work in no school without the degree as a teacher. You cannot. They're not going to hire you. You could be a teacher's assistant. Maybe you could try to open up your own school. But even if you opened your school,
you can be an educator. You can't be a teacher. Not true. Or excuse me, you can be a teacher, but you cannot be a educator in the sense of educational system.
You can't be an academic. You can't work in the school. They will not hire you. It's a prereq.
Stop lying to people.
Well,
if you don't know,
honorary degrees.
Because these charter schools, they have people who are know specific things that can teach people those things. Like, I'm telling you what I
10
know.
or 20 years in the industry, they will consider in lieu of a degree.
I'm trying to like, I mean, say, bro, like, I know, like, a lot of people have an idea of what the world has been, but there's a lot of things that has changed within just the last few years because of what school has done to the average person.
I'm sure that these schools you're talking about aren't credited. The school
Yes,
can't
they
be
are.
credited if it doesn't have teachers that have childhood education.
That's a
degree.
belief. That's a belief. That's a belief system. That is not what is actually happening.
It can.
That is a belief system.
It's a prereq.
All right, go.
Remember, education. I've looked into all of this.
All right. I mean,
there are charter schools that these teachers don't have degrees, but most of them have experience in their field if they don't have a degree. But the lesson plan and the curriculum is all drawn up and written by people with degrees, a minimum of a 4-year degree with at least 2 or 3 classes in curriculum building. I didn't get to all those classes.
At some point, you know, I mean, maybe just check for yourself. Make me a liar.
I'm telling you, bro.
Well, no, you're both right.
It's freaking
So you
man.
So you mean to tell me if you got a master's degree in science, a school district won't hire you to be a teacher because you don't?
Of course they will. But you do have to take supplementary classes in teaching
I
But
thought it
listen,
was about. I thought it was about you passing the state board of examiners. That's what got you your teacher's license to begin with.
well, a
You have,
certificate.
No,
because you
actually, it's
can
just
have
a
the
You
degree.
end
no.
up
It's a
with
few
a
classes,
certificate.
and it's a CLEP, CLEP, I think it is, or no, not
Listen,
CLEP. That's the
listen,
law.
listen, Deuce.
There's a
Listen
special
to
teacher's test you have to take. If you take that,
yeah.
you
You get a
qualify.
certificate.
So, but if they have
But you have to
specific,
have a 4-year degree in any subject
if
to be
if
able to
they
take that, or
Listen,
have a 2-year degree and be taking your 4-year to take it under emergency consideration because they're short on teachers.
they have these private schools that teach something like medical assistant or dental assistant or something like that, and in those situations it's different, but that's also takes away from the value of those certifications that they have. You know what I'm saying?
Those
Certain
can be taught by people with experience in the
right,
field in
but
lieu of a degree,
yes,
but
but the
listen,
program that is taught from has to be designed by someone with a degree.
and
But it
Deuce,
can
let
be
me tell
taught
you. But
without,
the
or
question,
someone upwards of, like in charge of that department, has to have a degree.
yeah,
Whoever
listen,
signs off on
Deuce.
the lessoning
Yeah, Deuce.
lesson
The
plans.
question that the question that you asked is a lot of times they don't get the job because they end up being overqualified for what is necessary or needed. So they don't, the people don't even give them a chance, and they will hire someone that will meet that $30,000-$40,000 a year, and you have a certificate, they get hired. So
and that part is true, because if you have a master's degree in whatever science, why would hell would you want to be a teacher getting paid freaking 45 a
because
year?
you want to live, because you done got passed over so many jobs and now you just need something. So some people even
Hey,
lie
I
and don't
tell.
put all of their qualifications on the application because they know, like,
Hey,
look, I just need something. So a lot of them even lie and act like they don't have a master's degree. Like, there's so
Because in the
many
days
different.
of Google,
say,
that
but
degrees
here's the
aren't as
thing.
important.
Here's the thing, bro. Like, there's money in pretty much whatever you do. Cause I remember my junior year in high school, my economics teacher, we had a talk. You look at this dude and you think like, oh, he's just, he barely skated by, got his teaching degree, yada, yada, yada. But actually, this dude had a PhD, right? He could have been working on Wall Street, but he loved working around children. His mother did it, his father did it. He was an economics teacher, and he was fucking track and field coach and varsity football coach. And this dude made $100,000+ a year, and he would tell you straight out, you know how I really make the extra money is if you don't do your work, I'll fail your fucking ass, and I'll get to teach you summer school both sessions. And this dude made over six figures. He made 6 figures plus a year working for Fort Bend ISD, and
Yeah, I
still is
mean,
a fucking teacher and a
some people
coach.
learn to
But he
hustle.
had a PhD, and he was just like, bro, I don't. He was like, man, he's like, I worked in the job, money more. He's like, I love it. He's like, I love money. I love economics. I love teaching people these things. But he's like, my gift and my calling was to help students. He's like, and we all played football and shit. Literally, the rain out days where it was raining, we sat down and we done economics.
Yeah.
In the fucking field house. So I mean, it's just all about you and what you want to do. Like, that's just like me.
Well,
Like, at the end of the day, the type of person that I am, my calling, I really feel that my true calling is to help people and be there and assist people. But, I guess I'm chasing money right now. So it's like, to me, it's no money fucking in that shit.
Yeah,
You
and I don't
know,
want to be like
I,
I'm being opposed to like what everybody else is saying, because I think what I'm actually saying is getting missed, because school is not for everybody, first of all. And like, if you're trying to go into something for some money, like you want to have a certain type of lifestyle, and you take a subject that doesn't get you that, then you might want to reevaluate yourself. So knowledge of self will help you guide yourself through those things, because maybe a certain career may not get you where you want to be because you don't care about the career. You care about having a certain type of lifestyle, and you have to be honest enough with yourself to say, you know what, I don't care about all that. I want to have this. I want to do this. I want to retire by this time. And you make a plan that allows you to do that. But if you seek out self, if you understand who you are, you have a better chance at doing any of those things. And college, universities, whatever, if that's a part of that, yes, by all means. But I mean, a lot of people have wasted time and still never accomplished their goals because, they've been steered in a direction that gets them nowhere. So I'll land my plane with that, y'all. I'm just gonna go ahead and rest. Maybe see y'all guys tomorrow. I don't know if what's the plan for tomorrow, but.
Yeah, I'm gonna be on. I think I only work lunch, so yeah, I'll be on tomorrow.
Cool deal.
I'm tired as hell too, and I gotta go to work in the morning.
Yeah.
I think it was a good show though.
It was. I think it was an awesome show. Like I'm really happy about some of the things. The beginning of the show definitely started off well. I think maybe maybe I'm getting tired and I'm a little flustered because I think a lot of times my point gets overlooked and misunderstood, which is fine. It happens. It's not new.
That's why you need that blunt.
Well, but that's
we
the
don't
thing.
misunderstand. Hey, we don't misunderstand. We just don't agree and talk shit.
Yeah, it takes energy.
So I
But
mean,
see, I
y'all
acknowledge.
actually believe that everybody should go to college? I mean, everybody
No,
should go.
no,
So you do
vocational
agree with me.
schools.
I
So you
think
do agree.
anyone that wants to further their education should be able
Those
to do
people.
so.
But that's
Yeah.
exactly
I
what I
think
said. That's
that
why I'm wondering how
I
are you
actually
being
think
opposed?
that the government should also give everyone either a trade school or two-year
Right.
choice.
Yes.
And
Okay,
that's not me
that's
being all socialist stuff. That's me saying,
no.
let's catch up to the rest of the world.
Well, no,
I'm
it's our
telling you,
money. It's
If
our
you
money
want to
anyway.
go and
So
learn a
you're
trade
right.
or do something like that, that's fine. If you don't
I
want
don't
to go
disagree.
to school, that's fine. If you want
But
to be a
that's not
dumbass, that's fine. If you want to
okay.
find a
Yeah.
way to hone your intelligence or your abilities to do more, cool. Just don't do it on the street selling drugs to my fucking kids.
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
open a
but
business, whatever you want to do, and we need electricians, plumbers, and
Trade school,
welders,
2
and
years. You want to learn to do that? We should pay for it.
exactly. But there also should be like apprenticeship programs where they can learn on the way. Like those things are, because really that's what was like that's where our history came from. The
Well, see,
apprenticeship
that's what
programs came from you growing up under your parents and what
that
they
is
were doing,
similar
or
to a
somebody.
trade school too.
Yes, it is.
People,
I know.
companies that
HVAC,
offer apprenticeships, especially to
carpenters.
low-income people, should
Yeah.
get some government breaks, like tax breaks and stuff like that, for having apprenticeships for especially high-risk and low-income people.
Well,
I don't care
I'm
color
not
here.
gonna.
I'm just saying
I'm
that.
not doing. I'm not doing what some teachers I've experienced in my time where I want to be a doctor. Well,
But are
Pat,
you ready to have? But Pat, are you ready to have a 17 or 18-year-old punk little kid that didn't feel like he needed to go to school sitting in that seat next to you teaching him how to drive? You ready for that?
Yes.
Props.
Because see, that's the thing. Like we can't decide for everybody what they like. That's the whole idea of having the freedom living here in America. Like y'all telling everybody what they should do, what they need to do. Now these are your possibilities. Here's things that you can
dude,
do.
You just said, if this affects me in this way, absolutely, it's okay. I stand up for you. I actually agree. If you have another way than school to learn and you can get there, do so. Don't just sit around and not learn now.
But see,
That's how you.
Yeah,
That's when
because you
you
got
die
other
young.
theories.
but the thing about it is that because see, like, all right, me and my ex-wife, we somewhat disagree about the whole, the like the education thing, but we both know our child. We have a conversation about it, and we know what direct. But there's still some, some people, some ideas that they think that, oh well, this is just mandatory, or this is, oh no, this has. But you're gonna make somebody waste time in their life for something that they're just doing it to, make you happy. So
Yeah.
the thing is, if you're really want a productive child, make them feel like they have a stake in it themselves. They actually get to choose, and you guide them as much as possible, but you allow them to be a human being too. So give them plenty of options. Help them. You know what I'm saying?
Let me
Don't make them stress out the same way that you did, just because you feel like this is the only way to do it. When the world is changing every so often to where, like, what we did when what was right for us at 20
It
years
used to
ago.
be every 20 years, every generation. Now it changes every 15.
Well,
yeah.
yeah,
Just go
and
with the young birth age.
it's getting faster and faster. But that's the thing. Like, I believe in, I
I
believe
hope
in freedom.
generations don't start coming faster than 15 years apart.
Well, I'm just saying. No, 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 no. I'm talking about like
The
the
Epsteins
change.
win then.
I completely agree with you, Pat. I really do. Let me ask y'all this because I think none of y'all was here when I did the monologue about obsessed with fantasy, and we can end on that. So I was, the name of the show today is Obsessed with Fantasy, and I feel like our society is obsessed with fantasies, and we
Yes.
get lost in what is a fantasy and what is a dream. Like, it's okay to have a dream, something that you can accomplish, but getting lost in these fantasies of stuff that is never ever going to happen is
Never.
is a problem. And I think that that's our mental illness. That's a part of our society. Is crazy. We're crazily obsessed with fantasy. It's
Yeah.
sexual, it's about money, it's all of that stuff. What do
Well,
y'all
it's not
think?
all. Well, I don't think it's all sexual. I mean, a fantasy could
i'm
be of
i'm
any.
not saying it's all sexual. I'm saying
Well,
that's
yeah,
a
yeah,
part of it.
yeah. It can be, but like that's like I think this kind of goes into what we were just talking about because we have ideas, and when it's you're expecting your neighbor to help you fulfill your fantasy, and they like, no, I'm doing this. Like, you can't be mad at them because you need you feel like they should be a part of what makes your life what you want it to be. No, you have to do that on your own. And you know I think to some extent that we do need to work together as human beings, but we can't try to like, maybe we could try to make things look sexier where they want to be a part of it, but when you try to demand or fight with people because you know they might see the world differently, like, you have to allow those people to be different. Like, it just is. I got family. Like, I wish, like, all the stuff that I've been working on for this past year and the business that I'm forming, like, I would love for them to be like, "Hey, can I help? Would you want do look, I wanted to do this kind of stuff too." And like, but no, like, a lot of them, like, they are used to working for the man, and that's how they see their life. I love them just as much, but that's just like they don't fit into my day to day. So I mean, I see you when I see you, but the whole, my fantasy, my dream, or whatever, trying to involve somebody else, I think I make a problem for myself. We make a problem for the world because, we're trying to control every little thing when that's not that's not godly.
And that's a fantasy. What do y'all think, Deuce or Doc, about obsessed with fantasy?
Uh, well, I mean, I've never really gave too much thought in into fantasy. I see it more so as I'm a dreamer. You know, I think outside of my reality of what I see in front of me, but I don't ever try to force anybody. You know, like I went on this whole thing when I first got married and being married and just trying to understand myself and my wife. You know, like she don't move how I move. I move with a sense of urgency. I always try to look at the bright side, or find an opportunity in whatever it is that I'm looking at. Whereas her, she waits. She's more so laid back. You know, she'll wait on me to make the move. You know, and for so long I've tried to change that about her. You know, and I realized, like, instead of me trying to change things about her, you know, just work with her. But and maybe that is a fantasy or something. I mean, I don't know. I've never gave too much thought into to fantasy like that on that spectrum. But you know, me, I don't know, dude. I live my world. I see the world through my lens are very different. You know, I want everybody to be good. I want everybody to win. I want everybody to come up and, you know, and see world different. You know, I want people. I hate telling people no. I hate seeing people struggling and going through and going without. I hate the fact. Maybe that's my fantasy. I hate the fact that there is classism in this world. I hate the fact that there's the haves and the have-nots. You know, like you know, I hate the fact that people look at you as not their equal. You know, that no, you know, everybody wants to say pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Well, you know, not everybody is looking for a handout. Some people just truly need a hand up in life. You know, a break. You know, an opportunity. You know, give them an opportunity and let them show you what they're capable of doing.
Amen.
Doc?
Well,
But I still want that blunt though.
Hell yeah.
Oh, Lord.
You know, here's the thing. All my life, since I was 9 years old, the thing that I knew that I wanted to do was tell stories. You know, to write D&D games, books, maybe movies, comic books, stuff like that. So literally, you could say my entire life has been going around from job to job while I try to live and create fantasy. I mean, these games. I run Dungeons and Dragons fantasy. I run Call of Cthulhu, a horror role-playing game like the old Lovecraft stuff. Champions, superhero. I've done all kinds of ones where you mix time, science fiction, science fantasy, all kinds of I've run games where you're playing Star Wars characters. I mean, people want fantasy, they need fantasy, and the thing at this point is they want to immerse themselves so much in a fantasy that it's overcoming their reality.
They lose themselves.
Yes.
And it's really been bad for the last couple of years because people have been at home, alone, locked up, trapped in their own mind, with the only outlet being ever shrinking circles of echo chambers that only tell them what they want to hear. And now we're out amongst each other again, and these fantasy worlds they've created are clashing with the real world. And it's causing problems. I'm surprised we don't have people in the streets again, or don't pretty soon. Guarantee you, if a Republican president gets elected, there will be rioting starting again within 6 to 9 months.
But why? Is it because the Republican is a bad president, or is it because that, you know, the expectations or the beliefs? Like, I mean,
it is the fantasy created because the left has determined all things Republican are bad and totalitarian. All they want to do is control us, tell us what we can do with our bodies, tell us what we can think, tell us right or wrong, and tell us this. Meanwhile, on their side, they're also saying, well, you have to call me this, you have to call me that. If you don't do this, you're an evil, bad person. You know, you have free speech. Oh, but you don't have freedom from consequences. Well, freedom from consequences, that means the mob is now the judge, the jury, and the executioner. I say something you don't agree with, so I should no longer have the ability to live, work, eat, feed my kids in this society that you want of everybody to have a little bit of everything. If I don't agree to take your poke, you want to tell me you believe in free health care, but if I don't take your poke, I deserve to not have any and die. You know,
Wow.
It's fantasy built up, but you know, and again, this aside from empathy, which empathy,
I appreciate that because
sympathy
you work in the
and
morning.
pity are good human.
Yeah, I gotta
traits.
work in the morning, and it's like 28 minutes there for $2.90 in Hollister.
Yeah, she might have texted me the address. So
Okay.
Chocolate.
I just wanted to confirm with you.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
All right, bro.
All right.
Empathy, the way they
Ain't no hood at anywhere,
it's not good enough.
It's not that bad. No, it's right off the freeway.
Chocolate.
I'm asking her because I know you picked your daughter.
She picked the place.
She picked the place? All right, I got it. I'll put it.
Chaka.
My bad. I'm here. What you say?
That was a good roll.
You have to mute when you're doing that. You got us over here entertaining, doing things for the crowd, and they can't hear it because of another conversation. So
my bad, man. I'll be scared to mute because when I mute, I don't know when I'm not on mute.
What Doc was eloquently telling us, like, you know, like some of the things that's pretty obvious, but some of us miss and don't really understand it. But you know, I don't know.
I'm sorry.
You can pick. You want to pick
was
up
on the road.
where you left? Yeah, he was on the road. I ain't gonna lie. He was hitting it.
Cause
Pastor Doc.
Sympathy, pity, or good human emotions and stuff like that, and that's what everybody should have. But what we're seeing is them saying that we need empathy. And while empathy is a good thing, you understand and feel what someone does. They want it to such a point as you feel the pain that they do. If they suffer because they're homeless or they're addicted, you need to feel that pain with them and it be a part of you. That's freaking psychotic. That's a fantasy, and a very sad and bad one and scary one. That creates nothing. That doesn't spread the suffering and make it worse. That intensifies it because now everyone has the same amount of suffering as the worst of us.
Yeah.
When the idea should be to spread the suffering out amongst us all to lessen it for the individual.
Yeah.
That's sympathy, that's pity. Empathy that they want is scary, dude. And this comes from someone who has the ability to actually empathize and feel what someone feels.
Yeah, I think one of the main reasons why I flipped, and you know, because I do believe in democracy, I believe in, you know, a lot of the ideals, but you know, I find that it's unhealthy because you become delusional when, you know, you're not looking at true reality in a lot of cases when, you know, you allowed, you know, this certain group to sell you on something, but you know, you don't, and they don't deliver. You don't deliver. You know, like you everybody, more people are losing if you're not looking at the full picture and allowing, you know, people to be people. You know what I'm saying? Like all these things that they claim to fight for, like most of it you did not need somebody to give you permission for or to do, you know, like if you really look into it, but they sell us on, you know, we need them to, you know, but to some extent we do, but to a greater extent we really don't. We need each other. You know what I'm saying? Like I think that we should rely on each other more, and you know, these fantasies, these dreams will come more true. The American dream could actually live if we allowed each other to be who we are, and those who can work together work together, and those who don't still appreciate what they provide to humanity.
Well, my dream from when I was young was I always wanted to be like a professor. I always wanted to teach. You know, and not like just be like a high school teacher. I never wanted to be like a babysitter. I feel like you're babysitting. I want to teach adults. I've always wanted to teach adults. And it's like, so I spend the majority of my time learning lots and lots of stuff, like across the spectrum. You know, that's what I do. And it gives me peace because I'm always feeling anxiety. I always feel like it's something I should be doing. So it's like, it's so much to learn. Let me just learn something else. And that's just how I move. So I can feel like I can be in a position to actually teach people, to actually bring some clarity, you know, to their philosophies or to their life, help them in their life in some kind of way, because that's what I've been driven to do. I feel like I've been driven to help. So and then for me, I feel like my way of helping is to kind of like, you know, educate people. You know, I feel like I've done everything wrong in my life. I do. So I could, at the very least, I could tell you what not to do. I could tell you exactly what's going to happen as a result of you doing set A, set B.
And that's a good way for some people to learn, though. So, I mean, you can be of benefit to a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? Like, one of the greatest things I think for people is to know, to learn what they don't want, which allows them to focus more on, you know, getting to where they, you know, what they do. That's me.
Yeah, we're going to have to wrap it, man. I got to get up.
Yeah, I hear you, man.
Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. You know, I think it was a good show.
Great show.
I'll be back tomorrow.
Awesome show. Peace
All
and
right.
love.
Peace and love.
I gotta check you too with your noise in the background, but you know.
Peace and love.
My bad.